for oversight. We have more time. We will have more time to work. So continue with your good work. Officials from the Department of Transport, good morning, Tandy, and all the team that is here. I don't know if apologies, we have received the apology of Honorable Bilankulu, who's with us here. He will be in and out because he's also part of the mineral resources. Honorable Stoller will join us later. The village girl, Honorable Ramatwa, his network is a bit problematic. And Honorable Spisi is with another committee. That's what you said, Valerie, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is the Deputy Minister here?
Chair, I don't see the Deputy Minister online.
Okay. Welcome in absentia and the Minister. We did receive the apology from the Minister. Thank you very much. We will be here from 10 o'clock to 15 hours, members willing, but if we adhere to a business-like manner of conducting ourselves, we should be leaving this meeting at least if we are long around 2 o'clock. We have only 3 items today. That is committee planning session, review of the committee's strategic plan, and drafting of the annual performance plan. That is going to happen from now up until 12:30. And 12:45, we will be deliberating on the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill, Bill number 7 of 2020. We will be taking it from clause 47. I'm told we are left only with 6 clause that we should be able to finish today. And we'll be dealing with the last item, which is the consideration and the adoption of the longest minutes. We had minutes of the 7th of December. Honorable Unsinger, is there any problem, sir?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was hoping to just raise this point shortly before we begin, since this is part of your introductory and orientation and agenda clarification. Just, Chairperson, if you could please share from your side, what are the indications from committee planning side? Maybe also if you would allow Valerie to come in to just give us an indication of when we possibly could see that our portfolio committee meeting would meet in person again. I do understand that we have issues at Parliament in terms of the facilities available, but I also know that there's been planning and contingency planning done. So could you give us an indication whether there is any direction, whether there is any intent, and when that might be that we could meet again as the normal case was in person somewhere in a venue. I know we've also made use of hotels and other boardrooms. So what is the indication at this stage? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Valerie?
Chair, we will have to wait for Parliament in this regard because the fire.
I can see Honorable Unsinger. Honorable.
Chair, as I said, we will have to wait for Parliament to give a way forward because the fire would have affected some meeting rooms as well. So I know in terms of the latest info alert that the institution are already allocating space, office space for those members and staff who were affected by the fire. So we need to see what what is the approach in terms of the meeting rooms as well.
The recording is in progress, and I am sorry that the technical people calls it a glitch. I don't know what it is in reality. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, sir. Can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manu. Let's allow Honorable Hunsinger just to wrap what he was saying. I thought it was his network that was problematic, only to find that I was the one who was affected. Honorable Hunsinger then will be followed by the hand that I see here of Honorable Manu. You can now lower your hand, sir. You have been noticed. Thank you very much. Honorable Hunsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. I did get the gist of the answer through our secretary in saying that there's no current clear directive, but the offices are prioritized, which certainly is how it should be. So thank you, Chairperson. I'm keenly awaiting the announcement when we would be together as a portfolio committee again in some boardroom somewhere as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is our wish also, to be together in person, warm bodies. Honorable Manu.
Chair, thank you very much. I apologize for the background noise. That's one of the motivations why we need to meet physically in a well-structured place. Chair, I wanted to second support what my colleague, Honorable Hunsinger, is saying. I always find it strange that our committee is the one who always has reasons not to do certain things. Now, if we look at public participation as an example, there are committees that have been out there physically doing public participation, as an example. Whereas in our committee, we have always had a reason why we can't go out to places to meet people. And I know it's not part of our program, but I'm citing it as an example. Most committees, for instance, are on oversight this week. And again, they are physically in these places. Again, we did agree on postponing or suspending our oversight. So, Chair, for me, I always find it strange that our committee seems to be the one that treats itself as a stepchild. I don't think we should wait for Parliament. My proposal is that we must make an application or a request through the right channels so that whenever we can, we are given that opportunity. It is just good for our work. That was my contribution, Chair, in support of what my colleague is saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manu. Can I request, I can see you honorable members are fresh from the festive season. We are dealing with the review of the committee strategic plan and drafting of the annual performance plan. I have looked into this, and I'm sure we will be talking about, by and large, our program. And at that particular point, we should be able then to get into these details that Honorable Manu is touching and deal with them to the satisfaction of the committee. Am I correct, Valerie?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's be businesslike. Advocate Almanel, are you with us?
Morning, Chairperson. I hope members can hear me, that I'm connected correctly with my audio.
Advocate, it will be nice if you say, I hope the chairperson and all members can hear me. Then I can respond on behalf of everybody that you are loud and audible. I can see a hand from Honorable Onsinga saying so. I know we will be talking about Part A and Part B. We are dealing with 8 items, if I'm not mistaken. Under item number 1, the mandate, the vision, the mission. As you go down, we are in your capable hands, the values and the policy priorities, outcomes, orientated goals. Outcome-orientated goals, that's where members will have an opportunity to guide the committee to the direction which we all wish for, and we'll stick with that direction. I have seen we have about between end of March and April, about 3 weeks of oversight. So members, we will be able to take in terms of the program where we will be going and so forth and so on. I just want to request members that we should not be partisan and individualistic as we deal with oversight. Let's deal with priorities where we still need to make an impact by going out there, and I'm sure members will rise to that occasion. Otherwise, advocate kan voortgaan. Ons is almal hier, ons luister na u.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chair, members would have seen in the documents that I sent out, as this is our strategic plan, there are areas that are highlighted in yellow, and those are the areas that will have proposed amendments or where we would need input. So, Chair, I'm just going on the screen, just flagging on the screen, this is the mandate, vision, and mission of the committee that we agreed to in our first planning session. And Chair, I think that still is steadfast and true for the remainder of the few years that we have left. There's also the themes and the values, and the policy priorities is linked to Parliament's policy priorities, which has not changed at this point in time. So, Chair, I'm just going to glance over these ones just in the interest of time so that we can get to the nitty-gritties where we can really have an impact. Again, just a reminder to members on what our old oversight or our continued oversight goals were. That's looking at those entities with the flagged entities. I think they still remain our flagged entities at this point in time, but we can add there if members would like. Then again, we still do our planning for our meetings in consideration of constituency and general public communication. Again, just a reminder to members, if there are any constituency issues that do come up, to please raise those so that we can see where we can slot it in. As an example, I just want to use the last meeting discussion where Mr. May brought in some of the concerns there about his DLTC in Ubertina. So that is the kind of constituency concerns and issues that we would like to add to our program for members. Then again, we do our reports on our recommendations. We haven't yet had joint meetings last year, but I have been made aware of a request from SCOA in the first or second week in February for a joint meeting where they will be meeting with Treasury and some of the municipalities on the IPTN funding and on the reasons as to why some of the municipalities had their funding withdrawn. So that is an example of what we can look forward to. Again, we're hoping, continue to hope to play a greater role in the department's planning process at earlier stages. I did note in the past 2 weeks, the department had their strat planning. I don't know if an invitation came to our side. I did not see anything the same was last year. So our hope remains that we will still be involved there, but we have not yet received invitations to attend those meetings. And then again, as the members do continue to do in their meetings, especially in our larger reports, which is our budget reports and our budget review, is enforcing timeless action or replies from the department to the questions posed by the committee and members, and even those questions that are posed in the House. So those are the continued focus areas there. Our stakeholders still remain the same. Then just showing the outcome-oriented goals that's linked to Parliament's goals. Our main outputs are the legislation and budget, and then obviously our activities and inputs do remain the same. Then just on committee operations, again, members, COVID is still impacting our work as well as the work of the department. I've just added here, today is our planning session on 25 January. So we'll get members' input and amendments to both this strategic plan and the APP documents. And then we'll have to slot in a date either in February or March or possibly May, as we did last year, just to adopt these two documents for the way forward. So COVID still remains impacting the business of our entities and the department. We're still here virtually, but now we have the added impact of the fire at Parliament. As members have requested for the in-person meetings, we are affected by those issues. Then the areas of concern, Chairperson, these do remain the same from my assessment. I don't know if members would like these ones to change, but again, we're still focusing on safety, reliability, affordability of transport, monitoring of the IPTN. That's also now the work that SCOA is focusing on in their first few meetings. Our driving license card account is currently a big media topic and a big issue. I myself am sitting with a driver's license that expired at the beginning of December, even though I applied early November. So I'm driving around with my receipt at the moment. Then we have the issues with the driving license booking system. It still persists. Still the concerns regarding poor road conditions. The need to reduce road fatalities is still there. As we saw in the media reports, the road fatality number has gone up. Again, we have to take into consideration the impact of the previous 2 years where we had more strict COVID conditions in 2020, restriction on movement, interprovincial travel, restriction on alcohol sales, and the curfew that was there in the first year, and then last year the alcohol sale restrictions as well as the curfew. But this past year, 2021, there was no restrictions, especially over New Year. So that's definitely a concern where we saw the road fatalities increase there. Again, looking at unused airports and whether there are plans to revive those airports. Just on a side note to members, I did send the Twitter link out that the minister is releasing the report of that aircraft calibration, that accident report is being released today. Then the concerns that remain regarding subsidized bus operators with aging fleets. This one we can also link to concerns raised in the NLTA through the president and the relook that we're having at that. So that one is definitely still there. Concern regarding universal access to public transport. One of the recent posts I saw was some complaints about the access to the new train sets that PRASA has released, that there's a bit of a large gap at some of the platforms where persons with disabilities, elderly, and wheelchair-bound persons would struggle to get access onto those trains. So universal access remains there. Then again, e-tolls is still on the cards. Unfortunately, we're still outstanding there. There was also a discussion earlier when the schools opened on scholar transport and the concerns there, and that one is still also continuing to be a concern. Taxi industry concerns. We had some taxi violence in the past year. Some taxi routes, especially in Cape Town, are still closed. There has been the relaunch of the assistance from the department to the taxi industry. And then obviously the department had their taxi lekgotla. So hopefully if those issues, those concerns are addressed and implemented, we can address some of those concerns. Continued briefings that we still need regarding the public protector's report on illegal modified quantum vans. As members are aware, the subcommittee has still a few meetings planned this term, and they hope to finalize those meetings so that the committee can get their final report on this matter. Again, there's still a need to monitor the department's progress on resolving adverse findings following court orders. There is also still the Mulatto corridor concerns. The rail aspect is still there, as well as the road concerns. So that one remains there. The road accident fund still remains a concern, especially following the festive road fatalities. They're going to have an serious influx of claims. There is the need for more effective use of the department directorate that deals with entity oversight. There's quite a few vacancies again that popped up in the last few months, both from board side as well as CEO and SMS members. So those ones would have to be addressed. Some concerns that there are still between Transnet and PRASA on the railway access and leasing, and then commitments made to communities that need to be kept and feedback. That's also one of our mulatto ones. We still need to give feedback there. Chair, just note a hand is raised. I just want to find out if we're going to go through the document or take comments as they come in as I go through, Chair. Chairperson, you are muted.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm saying maybe it's a hand of greeting. When I looked for the honorable member, he was not yet here. But let's hear. Yes.
Chairperson, I would have obviously noted my question down, but I do think advocate is quite right to ask the question of whether we will proceed with the entire document or whether we can make inputs or comments as she goes along. Because I wanted to make an addition in terms of the specific concerns in as far as the BRTs are concerned in Rustenburg and in Bloemfontein in particular, specifically looking at the oversight that we had and add those two aspects onto the concerns of the committee, as well as commitment to obviously follow up on those particular two projects in as far as oversights are concerned. Thank you.
Good morning, Mkhayesu.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Apologies that I was not present when you had called my name. I do apologize indeed, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you very much. Compliments to you also. Honorable members, I think let's take it that way. As you lower your hand, Honorable Sitlola, that maybe we should take an approach that where members have concerns, they should raise their concerns. My little concern, advocate, I don't know, in terms of the agenda items and the rules that you as our official sets for us for these meetings. One of the rules that you have been harping on is that during the session, as a member speaks, the video of a member should be on the screen. I've read all your requests, and I thought I was this morning adhering to the member to the request. Kindly avoid cell phones as you speak. The camera should be switched on when a member speaks or an official or stakeholder. I am just reminding members and officials, unless there is a problem with your network and so forth, and you should indicate upfront so that that is recorded. Thank you, Advocate. Ons kan voortgaan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to show members I am here. There's just a lot of light behind me. All the trophies are also still there. Hoping to get some new ones today. But Chair, it is for the bandwidth as well that we switch the video off. So I'm just going to switch this one back off for members.
We will give you that permission as you ask, Advocate. It is just for the adherence. Thank you very much. Mayor Noluchungu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, last year we set ourselves a theme, and the theme was safety. I thought before going into deliberations, we would look at what is it that we have achieved last year, because it is pointless for us to go forward, keep on, setting goals for ourselves and not looking at what is it that we have achieved, so that going forward, we can set ourselves goals that are implementable and we are able to achieve. Thank you.
Advocate, I think as swift as we can, you can respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, our theme, safety, is still part of the theme, Chair. I just want to show members. We will see here in terms of what we sought to do. It's a little bit further down. So this was last year. We had the general items that we wanted to do, but then during our review last year, we said these ones that we wanted to do.
Advocate?
Yes, Chair?
I thought the simple and straight answer that we will be able to touch on our achievement and our failures as we have set ourselves and decide whether we still want to keep this one and debate the reasons why we have failed where we have failed. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
I think that answer should suffice, that we will, in terms of what we have set ourselves for today, be able to deal with that programmatically as we have set ourselves. Thank you, Advocate. I am saying as we move with the program, what we are trying to say is that if there is somebody who wants to raise anything concerning the topic that the advocate is dealing with, we should be willing to stop and entertain that. I think I am clear. Otherwise, we'll be dealing with these issues programmatically as we have set ourselves. And at the end of this exercise, if there's anything that we have omitted, members will raise and will be able to cover that. Continue, Advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is one of those ones, that's why I'm highlighting this number now, one of those areas where we would welcome input here. members recall, these are the entities that the committee chose to focus on during the last year. So the
Okay.
entities.
Are you not in a position to raise the font of the this presentation? I can see this is more. I know some of us are using glasses and some of us are still at the level where we can see. Thank you very much, Advocate. You can continue.
Okay, Chairperson. So, Chair, last year, the focus that members wanted was on PROSA, Road Accident Fund, Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, South African Maritime Services, the DLCA, and then the Civil Aviation Agency. So for this year going forward, members can give us input on this. I just noted when I did the update again to our tracking document and getting the tracking document ready for the coming years, resolutions and recommendations, that we had very little engagement with these entities during the past year, Chair. Other than seeing them when we did their strat plans and APPs or corporate plans, or when we were able to speak to them when we did the BRRR. Some of these entities did not even submit their annual reports during the BRRR. So this is a concern. I'm sure a lot of these entities will remain an issue. And as I indicated earlier, the DLCA is definitely going to remain an issue on the cards as well. So, Chair, here now, this one we can add for the year going forward for members if we need to add entities or if these ones are still the focus, because this will impact what goes into our oversight planning again a bit lower down. And where we will allocate when we can do oversight. There was some oversight where members did go to process stations, but we did not get a fully fledged engagement with PRASA during the year, as an example, Chair. So I'm going to just pause here so that we can get input from members.
Let me see hands. I can. Am I audible, Advocate? Do you hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Yes,
I'm
Chair.
not advocate, but we can hear you.
Okay. Honorable Manu will be followed by Honorable Hunsinga. Any other hand? When Honorable Mapena is here, I will also recognize him because it is going to tell me my hand was up, Chair. You did not see it. Is Honorable Mapena here? Okay, we'll get him when he's here. Those two hands.
Chair, yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mine is very minor. I think those entities remain focused. I would support. I just wanted to check. My apologies again. There is a chopper landing to fetch me. Is it a civil authority, agency, or authority? Is it South African Civil Aviation Agency or is it authority? I just thought that is a very minor cosmetic one of mine, but I'm in support with those and the comments made by Advocate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You are progressive, Jambas. Mhlegas.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't want to sound as if I'm saying that we're failing or that it's a failure. But you will recall, Chairperson, that right at the beginning, when we started this term, I made a very strong case for the importance of combined portfolio committee meetings, given the fact that many of the transport issues overlap with other departments. and that it's necessary that we align with our colleagues in other portfolios, for instance, police, for instance, treasury, for instance, education with scholar transport. And we are now midway through our term, and certainly this is pointing to a failure if indeed this term finishes without us having had meetings with our colleagues in other portfolio committee meetings. I'm also disturbed by reasons why many things cannot happen. Instead of us taking political leadership and direction and argue for why things should happen. So this document being our strategic committee document expressing the goals, objectives and aims over a longer term for the term, but then also over a shorter period in the sense of picking out certain stuff and prioritizing. Our major dilemma in the committee is that the program is cluttered with responsibility around legislative design instead of oversight. And I would therefore ask Chairperson if we are planning not to fail, in that we sit with red faces in a comparison of what we agree should be in our planning document compared to what we actually achieve. Then we should now also make a strategic decision to prioritize the balance about how much time we actually spend on legislation and the importance then to get involved in fixing things, particularly in relation to oversight and with meetings with our colleagues in other portfolio committees. So, Chairperson, maybe it's a point that we should again bring up at the end once we've dealt with the report. It is just frustrating to be part of something and where everything, you know, seems to be compliance driven instead of solution driven, instead of focused on making things work. I don't like to be part of failures, Chairperson. So in that spirit, I ask you to please consider that we have a short discussion about this particular point. And the particular point is to prioritize the time which we allocate from the committee side to legislative design, which is extremely important and one of our primary mandates as members of parliament, but that we do not design a document filled with objectives that we don't get to, which would point to failure in this term. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Hunsinger, I have dotted down your issues. We will discuss them as you request, and we will ensure that we don't plan for failure or hold meetings for compliance, as you say. I am sure you agree that we still keep these entities, and we will prioritize to see them as things are beginning to come to be better in terms of the pandemic we're facing. We should be able to do that. Is there anybody who seconds Honorable Manu that the committee should actually keep these entities and sought to deal with the challenges that are still outstanding? Honorable Chris Hunsinger agrees. Anybody who has a problem with this, going once, twice? Thank you very much. Advocate?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in a similar breath, just to carry on here, this was our previous focus in terms of getting updates and addressing concerns. So we now have to look at this section that I've highlighted, because this is going to lead our work for the year ahead. So it's proposed that we continue to receive updates on the impact of COVID regulations on the work of the department and its entities, because it has a rollover effect. We do hope that in this year there would be a lot more movement and a return to normal travel for all our transport industries. But the use of PPEs are still going to remain.
Okay.
Yes, Chair?
I would prefer if we say where we have done well
Okay, Chair.
and where we have progressed. I think that's what Honorable Nolichungu was raising. We should indicate that we have progressed very well in terms of receiving continuous updates on the impact of COVID-19. We created our own WhatsApp group, and that WhatsApp group continued to inform us on issues. However, as we are not yet out of the woods, we suggest that we keep this so that we are clear that we don't keep issues only because we have not achieved, but
Okay,
because
Chair.
of the need. I would appreciate that, so that our minutes do not reflect failure as we keep issues, but reflect the reality of what has happened. Thank you, Advocate.
Sure, Chair. So yes, members will note that we have received numerous updates on COVID-19 regulations and the impact on the department and the entities. And as indicated, this will still continue going forward. Hopefully the impact will be less. So the proposal is to continue keeping this one as part of the committee's work going forward for the next 2 years. Hopefully by next year, when we get to our 2023-24 one, this one can be removed. So it's just so that we keep getting updates on those aspects. Then for the second one, Chair, we do continue to get briefs from the department on the safety of transport. And we do continue the monitoring and implementation thereof. This was our 5-year target and theme. So safety continues to be on the platform there. We have in the past received briefings on the statistics, the fertility statistics, and in 1 or 2 meetings ahead that lie ahead of us, we'll get those briefings again from the Minister. Where we can try and improve here, Chair, I will just add, but we do the call, and members do ask this of the Minister and the department, is to possibly get a briefing before they do their festive season launches on the plans, so that the committee can either give input on where they believe they can improve on those, or whether at least then to give the committee the opportunity to endorse the plans. The next upcoming one will be the Easter. The big one will be the Easter safety plans going ahead. Chair, then the performance of PRASA. In terms of what the committee has done with this, the committee noted the board appointment that was late October 2020. But other than, as I indicated before, seeing PRASA for their corporate plan presentation early in the year last year, and 1 or 2 engagements during the oversight, the committee as a whole has not really sat with PRASA again since that meeting to get feedback and input. We have the new imbalance there, where the CEO has his dismissal in court at the moment. So to replace the CEO, that process is going to be prolonged again. So this one, again, remains of a concern. Autopacks remains of a concern. We still need to find out if Prasacres and Intersight are being brought into one entity. So it is a continuous process that we do have to address the functioning of the entity, but just to indicate to members, other than seeing them for the corporate plan, we did not see much of Prasa last year. We may need to change that this year going forward. Then again, the IPTN, this is where our BRT bus system issues come in, Chair. Members have seen in some of the oversight that they've done, as indicated by the member earlier as well, there in Rustenburg, there's issues, Bloemfontein, there's issues. There's new rollouts here. I know my city is trying to get their N2 route up and going again. We constantly see the dates of implementation changing. And then there's the proposal to have that meeting or the request from SCOA to join them in their meeting. That would help us to also reach one of our joint meeting targets, but it'll also help us to consider and address the viewpoints from National Treasury on the expenditure on these projects up to date. So other than getting some input from the department on the IPTN rollout and on the committee's own oversight that it has done, we have not had a specific briefing on the IPTN during the past year, but that is something that has to be monitored continuously going forward because there's a large amount of grant funding going there. Chair, again here, the DLCA, we have had engagements with them, at least during the BRRR as well. But these concerns have not been completely addressed. We are now in a triangle situation almost where we have first had a machine that was indicated in 2019 as being defunct with no more parts, no more ink, that needs to be replaced. And it's 2022 this year, and we have new talks of a new card, a new machine, while the minister has indicated that the machine that was serving the country is in Germany for repairs. So the DLCA, not just with the card printing, but as well as with the licensing issues, this one will, in my view, still remain a concern, and we should continue to seek to address the concerns being raised there. Then again, improved quality of roads. This is also a continuous aspect. Members have continued to raise concerns regarding the quality of roads, assistance that the department has been requested to provide, both municipal and provincial. From Sunrail side, there has been indications from members that the quality of the Sunrail roads are good, and Sunrail should assist where they possibly can. So again, for the safe transport, we do need to consider keeping this as a focus area. And then again, improved access to service delivery and elimination of bribery and corruption. This is continuously raised by members in our meetings and our engagements. Members will note that I did send the part 1 of the Zondo Commission report out to members. There's one specific recommendation in there that I picked up for AXA. The report itself has not yet been sent to the committee for consideration and reporting, but I'm sure as the Public Protector report came through, that one might come our way. So other than a general approach to fight bribery and corruption, as members do when they request the entities in the department to continuously prosecute for wasteful and fruitless expenditure. But in general, the bribery and corruption that we get at driver license vehicle testing centers, this also continues to be a problem that has been raised by members. Again, the advancement and delivery of universal access. We have not had many engagements regarding the universal access during the past year, but members do continue to request this from the department when they roll out. And as I indicated, those reports that we did see of the new train gaps between the train and the station platform, this is definitely one that would do well for an oversight visit to go and see where those trains are, if there is actual gaps, if the reporting on those issues are accurate. Then the extension or expansion of passenger rail transport. For all provinces, the main provinces we see reports on are normally Western Cape, KZN, and Gauteng. We don't see a lot of reports from the other provinces, passenger rail, not seeming to be reported on extensively in other provinces, or to determine whether or not it's actually running smoothly or assisting there. We have had requests by Member May, especially for the Eastern Cape section, as that would address quite a few issues there if the rail services are there. Again, the extension that members have raised regarding the Moloto rail corridor, but we see that one lower down again. So this one is also still there. We did see some reports and concerns regarding the shorter laws on mail and the issuing of contracts there for new locomotives, and quite a few issues that after the launch in the festive season and the delays that were there to run those trains during that time. So this one is also something that continues to be on the radar and is reported on. Then the report on the scholar transport, we have received input from the department on this. We've asked Treasury to indicate how this is done. But there is still a bit of concerns regarding scholar transport. It's one of those tricky situations where the provinces and the premiers they decide on the functionality and where it resides, whether it's under the Department of Transport or under the Department of Basic Education. It's not addressed in a national uniform standard perspective, other than the requirements for the licensing of both the driver and the vehicle, and the standards of the vehicles on a national perspective. That is almost where the buck stops. In terms of the routes, those remain with the provinces and the municipalities, and the rollout of this also remains there. So this one also still coming up, and members have asked quite a few questions about scholar transport during the past year. Again, as indicated to members, we've asked several questions regarding e-tolling. That decision is still outstanding. The National Taxi Lekgotla was a new one that we added after the 2020 Lekgotla. The monitoring and implementation of this is still being requested from the department. And some of the information has been sent to members regarding the new assist or the rollout of the or the uptake of the assisted funding source that was created there after the COVID pandemic hit. Then again, final clarity on the Moloto corridor project. We have received a briefing from the department on this. However, the narrative sometimes changes depending on the presentation that does come. At its basic core, they did indicate that it would be a road project, but there still remains some indications that they are looking and working with Treasury to see if there's a possibility to do that, or a new funding viability study on the rail side. So this one, again, is one of those issues that might be there with us for a few years. Then again, we have made progress on the Public Protector's report. And this one, I believe we will be able to at least clear this one off this year after the subcommittee's additional meetings that they are doing on those issues. I don't think we'll see this one in next year, other than possibly monitoring the department's implementation of the resolutions. But the aspect that is to finalize the committee report, that one will change, and it will just go towards monitoring the recommendations from the committee report, as well as the implementation of the recommendations by the Public Protector. Then, Chair, to remedy concerns regarding operations, claims processing, and legal challenges connected with RAF. This one, we've at least have one stakeholder that has written to the committee regarding their concerns about RAF and claims processing, the delay in claims processing. The minister indicated when they released the stats that the claims are going to go up quite a bit after the festive year. And the financial health of the entity still remains a concern. The debate about how the petrol tax and petrol price is affected is rife on the media. There's some proposals or some murmurs that the way it is structured will be changed. So this one is still going to continue. Members did raise the concern during the year. We still continue to raise our concerns regarding that in the budget reports as well as the BRRR. So, Chair, those are the indications of areas to focus on for following from last year's engagements. I want to just ask Chairperson to pause here so that we can see if this is quite a lot of work that we are focusing on, as members have said. But if there's anything else that the members would like us to add here for the way forward, that we can just pause and consider that before I continue here, Chair.
Let me just check. Yes, a lot of projects we need to make a follow-up.
It's 11 hours.
Let me. Wow. Okay, let me allow members to say something before I say something. Dade Mabena and Dade Chabangu, Sanbonani, compliments of the new season. I did call your names before and wanted to allow you to say something, but it's okay. Masarakele Pambili, Mhlonishwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, I think I connected before time, but I got disconnected and only came back now. I think I connected at the time when you were calling Honorable Mkhaisu. I think it was 5 minutes before 10. Good morning, colleagues, compliments. I think, Chairperson, maybe if there's one thing that we need to add, maybe for this year, perhaps as an ongoing theme of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and so apologies, I'm only able to show my video. As an ongoing concern of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, we need to place scrutiny on the provincial maintenance grant, which is coming from the Department of Transport, which is directed to provinces. And I know that the National Department of Transport is not an implementing agent, but serves as they are funding these maintenance projects. But I think the state of our provincial roads leaves very little to be desired. And I think in some of the most remote provinces, some of those regional roads are critical in terms of the economic activity in those provinces. So as such, I think this year, Chair, perhaps we need to flag and visit the provinces. If possible, we can have a program that would ensure that whenever we do an oversight, our focus must also be in terms of the meeting with the provinces, either the public works and transport departments, and then they give us, as the portfolio committee, a briefing in terms of how much have they received from the National Department of Transport, where are they in terms of the implementing, which roads are they prioritizing, and how many kilometers have they surfaced, how many kilometers have they graded, and how many, and like what are the plans and what is happening, because we are receiving a lot of flack from the public in terms of the transport network. So I think the quality of roads, as the advocate is noting, but more importantly, in terms of the provincial maintenance grant that they are getting from the National Department of Transport, we need to make it an ongoing concern of the portfolio committee to say that at least maybe every quarter, we receive an update or a report from the National Department of Transport where they will say that we've given this province so much, this is what they have reported. But over and above that, in keeping in line with our oversight mandate. We're not going to take the report that is given from provinces to national, and we should be fed through to the committee as the gospel, but we're going to go and see for ourselves there. As Helen Suzman once said, that you must go and see for yourself what is happening on the ground. And I think as a focus, because it cuts across all provinces, all municipalities, we need to prioritize that. I think this year, Chair, the provincial roads must be under the microscope. And also, the issue of the Moloto Railway Corridor, as the advocate is noting, that it changes depending on who's presenting the report and what questions have you asked, the written questions in terms of what is happening there. So that is where the big challenge for me, I think, is where we are not sure what is happening. And also the oversight, which is now going to go over a year. I mean, now we're going to March 2022 very soon. I think in less than 2 months. It's going to be officially 12 months since we said we're coming back. Oh, sorry, we're there like in November that other year, and we didn't come back the whole of 2021. So I think those, Chair, become a bit critical. And lastly, we say that there's a lot of movement in terms of the rail transport and in terms of new coaches being launched, very remote and very fragmented. Nothing really concrete, is just for vibes, just to invite the media and post on social media. Otherwise, those things are not going to solve anything. Because if you look at the Naledi line, Naledi, Merafe, Johannesburg line, especially the ones in Soweto, there's no new locomotive that has been placed there. But the priority is the Mabupane line, and also some fragmented areas in terms of the Western Cape. And lastly, Chair, the department needs to perhaps give us an update. And I think this is something that you raised last year, that a lot of things that we see happen, we see them in the media, and we ask that they need to brief us, give us a report. There's been an accident now. Maybe this is a concern of RSR in terms of the train accident, where the 2 locomotives had an accident. But I think we need to have a situation where RSR must also, maybe on a quarterly basis, come and brief us in terms of the incidents and accidents which are happening, and in terms of the investigations. You'll remember, Chair, last year, there was a derailment of the blue train. Again, this year, I think that happened in November. And again, this year, now in January, there's another derailment of the same blue train, even though the argument is that that is happening on the TFR line, the Transnet Freight Rail component of things. RSR still has a mandate there in terms of ensuring that they can come and give us a briefing in terms of what is happening, because the blue train is supposed to be our flagship luxury train, but in a space of less than 3 months, there has been 3 derailments, and by the grace of God, there were no passengers on those trains. So, Chair, I think the PMG, we're going to flag it, the Moloto Railway Corridor, as well as all the other contributions by the colleagues. Compliments. Thank you.
Honorable Mabena. Honorable Mabena.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. You have raised 3 things. I want us to try and focus on the issues you have raised. I think the issue of RSR should have been raised earlier on, Advocate, where we were talking about entities. Can we go there, Advocate? Continuous engagement, Honorable Mabena is proposing that maybe quarterly we should have a report, and if possible, engage with RSR, but maybe we should also beef that up by saying if there is an accident, there should be some kind of a summary from RSR to the committee so that at least we are taken on board in terms of what is happening concerning accidents, the cause of the accident, and that kind of information. Does that address your issue, Honorable Mapena, on the RSR?
No, well captured, Chair. I think, like in essence, you're echoing what I'm saying, and I think, yes, I agree.
Okay. And then on the issue of Muloto project, thank you, Advocate. We can go back. On the issue of the Muloto project, let's also concretize it by saying let it remain an issue. It is here in the program, I've seen it. But maybe we'll then say, as we deal with the program at the end of the day, find a space where we will call back the people who had presented and get the progress on the Muloto project, and then go and brief the people of Muloto to close this juncture, and take it as a project of this portfolio committee as it is part of our planning and strategy. Does that address your issue, Honorable Mabena?
Yes, Chair, in part it does, but I think the main objective, even though we're going back to report back, you'll remember that as Advocate has noted earlier on to say, with the reports that are coming from the department, they are saying now the Muloto Rail Corridor is not there, but it's a road project. We're not essentially going to just going there, just giving them a report back, but it's an ongoing concern with the portfolio committee, the progress in terms of that road stretch. Because our work will not end in there's a scheduled oversight visit in a day, today, then we spend 5 hours, then the issue is closed. The issue will remain active. So it's a radioactive issue in the community there, and it's going to remain in the radar of the portfolio committee, regardless whether we've been there or not, until these issues have been addressed. And I think
Honorable Mapena, I think you are repeating what I've said.
Oh, okay, no, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I've said exactly what you are saying. That let this issue remain here in the as part of our program. Let's call back the department and hear what is the progress. Let's go back to the people. It will be an ongoing issue until that issue is like any other issue that is here as an ongoing issue.
Noted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last issue that you have raised is provincial roads. My take is that you have covered this matter of provincial roads, that we should be able to be finished without fail about with the reports of the progress of provincial roads. And as we play our oversight, we should also prioritize this matter of provincial roads. I think that is well covered. Thank you very much, Honorable Mapena. Masrakele Pambili, Date Shabangu will then be followed by Honorable Pete May and Menoltan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome all members who came safe from the holidays. Mine is very simple. The outcome of the oversight visits. Are we visiting the places just to see them and enjoy the trips that are undertaken? Are there no consequences after our visits? If not, let us cancel all the visits because they are useless. 2, when and how soon are we going to address the problem of driving licenses? because accidents are piling on each other. The reason being some drivers have not yet undergone eye testing and the license has expired. How about manufacturing our own license machines so that if there is a problem, we can take them to be fixed here at home as soon as possible? Thank you, sir.
Nade Makozini, Honorable Makozini. The one issue you have raised here is the issue of, I think it's DLC. Advocate, where is that issue? Continue to seek to address concerns regarding the functioning of the DLCA, as well as the addressing of concerns raised regarding the issuing of driver's license cards. I think that's what exactly Honorable Makosin is saying. It's sufficiently covered. Can we then move to Honorable Pitmay?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the DLTC in Yobatina was closed for a full year. They started to renovate it last week on Monday. Luckily, I was present. But in any case, I would like to say something about oversight. I think it's the most important thing for us as a portfolio committee. You know, if we want to improve service delivery, we must, service delivery, I would like to explain to you, during December and January this year, I've had the opportunity to visit many traffic departments, and we always blame the personnel, the staff, saying they're not doing their work. But in most of the time, they haven't got the correct equipment. And in 2 cases, they were waiting for a machine for nearly 3 weeks to be repaired. Instead of 3, only 1 available. They can't do their work properly. I think that managers must take a responsibility. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable May. The issue of oversight, prioritizing our time between oversight and legislation has been raised already.
I know.
By Singer. We will be able to deal with it right at the end if members feel that we still need to prioritize differently. We will deal with that issue, I had already said. The other issue of equipment, I think we'll have to engage the department in terms of reports as we come from the oversight. Me Noluchungu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the item on universal access, particularly for people with disabilities. That it is not only about getting to the train. I heard the advocate explaining that that matter is being addressed. But we cannot have a certain group of our voters, of South African voters, being completely neglected. Because the transport for people with disabilities, it is only the city of Cape Town that is offering it. And maybe the question that we should ask, why is it only the city of Cape Town? Why are other provinces not rolling it out? I know that one, it is very expensive, but it is something that needs to be provided for our voters. And one of the reasons why the city of Cape Town has got this special service, it is because of the travel chain of the people with disability, passengers with disabilities. It does not only start at the platform. So I want us to look at it and then prioritize it so that other provinces can also look at providing transport for people with disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nontando Noluchungu, I have highlighted what you are saying. It is sufficiently covered see the advancement of and delivery of universal access in relation to all modes and transport infrastructure, as well as improvements in access to transport by persons with disabilities. I hear what you are suggesting. We keep it there, and we continue to monitor and ensure that we have on this matter until it is fully addressed. I think that's what you are saying. And I'm saying it is covered, it is here. It is part of those who say should continue. Am I addressing your concern, Honorable Member? Thank you very much. Baba Umapena, or is it in your head?
If you can just indulge me for just 30 seconds.
Okay, sure.
Yes, Chair, there's another issue, there's an ongoing issue with regards to written questions from the members of the Portfolio Committee. It takes, I know that this is a process which is predominantly run by the questions section of the, or component of the parliamentary machinery. But perhaps, I don't know if it would be prudent or not, and I'm just trying to find a solution, that at each and every committee meeting that the department comes into, they should give us, like in terms of an interface, as to how many written questions have they received from members, and how many have they referred to their entities, and how many have come back with adequate answers, and how many are outstanding. So we need to get this information from the department side. It's not a complicated process. They just need to go to the questions component of the parliamentary machinery, and then at each and every meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we have a standard item where the department comes and gives us this, some sort of an interface and a bird's eye view in terms of how many questions which relate to transport and which ones have been referred and how many of them have they responded to. I can tell you now, there are way too many questions which, and the last time when I canvassed this issue, I think you invited Tandy to the debate, and Tandy was so confident to say that there's no question that has not been responded to. And I engaged with Tandy, I think, on the side, but there are too many which are outstanding, Chair. And I think maybe at all our Portfolio Committee meetings, they need to give us an update as to how many that concern them as a department and the entities, how many have they referred, how many are still waiting for to be answered and all. So I am providing that content, but I see that was noted earlier on. Thanks.
Okay, like Honorable Mapena ngizobona mase sisisisha. Advocate, how do we deal with that?
Chair, we do have it here as part of the focus areas for the committee, but the proposal...
Advocate, we do have it here. We are not there yet.
No, Chair, we've already gone through that table. So it is part of this table here. It's our priorities. It's one of our priorities.
Let's go through it.
So, Chair, this was one of the first tables we went through. So we do have here that the committee will continue to demand or enforce timeous action or replies by the department on questions posed by the committee and members, and then in brackets, even if raised individually in the House. But Chair, the members requesting that we consider having it as an agenda item or standing agenda item. So that is, this is in terms of a strategic plan, this is how we set up our themes, our goals, and our focus areas. But if we are proposing to add something in terms of a standard agenda item, then we have to consider how we're going to do that, because that will be going forward it'll be an item on the agenda. Or if we're going to go with a quarterly reporting on questions, it is one of the focus areas. It's not specific here as we've listed these other items, because obviously these other items don't negate anything that we have in our focus areas, but these are in addition to. So if chairperson and the committee would like, we can add that as a specific focus here to get, for example, feedback on the questions from members, past resolution deadlines. That's a formulation we can just look at, chairperson.
I, however, want to persuade Honorable Mapena that maybe you should look into dealing with this matter every month, because we may not be giving a department enough time to process this matter. Timeline, I think I agree with him. Would you be so kind, Honorable Mapena, to consider that?
Chairperson, I think that's why you are a chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapena. That is why I'm trying also to accommodate you going back and forth. So, because we do this thing once, members should not think I'm not aware of the fact that we have passed here, but let's allow members to raise issues so that we cover everything as we move out here. Thank you very much. We can now move onward as you download your hand. Honorable Mapena, thank you very much. Are we having media with us here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Honorable Mapena?
Chair, thanks. I'm not sure because I got disconnected a bit there. I'm not sure if you did process and capture my response to your proposal.
Yes, I did capture it, and we have already processed it. Monthly briefing from the is it NDOT advocate, or is it DOT?
Chair, when I go through the document after this, I will standardize it to either be department as we've used there or the abbreviation.
Okay. On progress to address questions raised in committee as well as in the House is already captured. Thank you very much, Honorable Mapena.
Thank you.
Masrakele Pambili, advocate, let's allow you to proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next section just indicates what the Constitution requires of the committee. We highlight the department's programs and their strategic focus and their focus areas. It's all aligned with ours, but that is why we're just including it here so that we make sure that we can look at those. So I'm just going to go over those quickly. Again, the department's institutional policies that they work on. The Agenda 2063, added it in here. Again, this is just a repeat of that table we had up earlier, which shows the main functions of the committee and our focus areas when we do oversight. Then we just list all our department entities that we do oversight over. And then also we're focusing on the financial and governance sustainability of entities. We do this especially in our budget reports and our BRRR, and during the year when members do ask the questions of the department to give feedback. For example, I'm just using the vacancies as one example because it's a recurring issue or recurring theme. And then the committee, through its oversight, these aspects will remain the same. but just to read them and refresh for members: remain focused on plans to identify, collect trustworthy information, and aid in the prosecution of corrupt activities in the department and the sector. To focus unwaveringly on infrastructural development, the transformation that is needed in the industry, job creation, and infrastructural maintenance that fall in the ambit of the sector of transport. To do oversight over entities with specific emphasis on those with liquidity concerns and persistent adverse audit outcomes. Then just to focus, these were the past, our previous year's oversight focus areas. And this is where we'll need members' input if we need to change this. So I'm just going to go with our focus during oversight. So as a general rule, the selected themes will determine priority of oversight visits unless unforeseen incidents occur that require urgent attention from the committee. This includes specific oversight that is needed to ensure COVID regulation compliance, as well as the monitoring of that. This one, Chair, we can possibly change. We can keep it as COVID. I would suggest we add here to new infrastructure rollouts and incidents or collisions, because that has been something that we've seen now, using PRASA as an example, but also the festive statistics that we've received. The large mass bus accidents that we've seen being reported on is one such incident where we would normally require urgent oversight, for example. But also, over the next 2 years, if we look at the entities and the department, there are quite a few infrastructure projects that have to be rolled out. This year is also a large one for the delivery of new train sets, road infrastructure by Sunroll. There's quite a few projects starting this year, or they come to a finality this year. So over the next 2 years, these types of incidents might determine where we change our general oversight view. Then, as a general rule, the size of the committee delegation for local oversight to the department, and we just add PRASA in here, for example, because it was one of the main entities, will be as comprehensive as will be allowed by the House Chair. Conversely, for all other local oversight, the committee agreed to reduce the delegation numbers and split members in order to cover as many visits as possible in the limited time allotted to off-site oversight in the committee program. So, Chair, this one, for example, I would just suggest and entities so that we move away from just the focus on PRASA, because we have identified our entities above. Then, as a first priority, the committee requires oversight over the department in its entirety, with specific focus on how it monitors the performance of entities and how the action or omission of ministry decisions may affect operations at the entities. As a second priority, the committee requires oversight on and off-site to PRASA and all of its subsidiaries, with specific focus on progress made by the new board since its appointment in October 2020, visits to the dysfunctional stations or routes, visits to proposed stations identified for the modernization project, and visits to Autopacks and Intersite. As a third priority, the committee requires oversight on and off-site to the DLCA office and card production facility, given the concerns about the entity, its operations due to a machine that is no longer able to be serviced, and the intentions to procure a new card production machine and specifications for new driving license cards with new security features. As a fourth priority, the committee requires oversight on and off-site to some of the 13 current municipalities, reduced to 10 in the 2020 budget, linked to the IPTN, which is our BRT transport systems. The committee will determine which cities to visit by considering those that rank the lowest on their ability to spend the budgets received for the projects, as well as those that rank the highest in terms of expenditure, but delivered the least tangible results in infrastructure operational routes. As a fifth priority, the committee requires oversight on the various concerns linked to the road accident fund operations, funding model, and possible legislation to assist in improving the liabilities of the entity. These ones were added. As a sixth priority, the committee requires oversight on Sunrail infrastructure projects with priority focus on the Moloto corridor and new proposed toll concession routes. As a seventh priority, the committee requires oversight on the CBRTA operations, Kingdom of Lesotho Free State impasse progress reported in 2019-2020 annual report, and whether the CBRTA has measures in place to assist in alleviating border crossing delays as experienced in the past two festive seasons. So, Chair, these are the proposed focus areas for members, just to give us input and consideration. This is a good guide as well for when we do apply for our oversight visits to House, Chair, so that at least we can show we have it in our strategic plans. It's been there for quite a few years, and we do assess and reassess it as the years go on to add or remove those areas that have already been addressed. Chair, so I'm going to pause here so that we can look at this, because this will affect our term planning when we get to the table at the last few pages and the APP.
Thank you, Advocate. I see members are happy. If there is a member who wants to raise anything, Ubaba Ulisa Wawajambas.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Advocate. With your indulgence, Chair, I would request that we maybe deal with them bullet by bullet. If you could just scroll up, Advocate, please, where that third priority starts the other way. I don't know, it's up or down. Yes, I want more of that paragraph. Thank you very much. Chair, what I do find, maybe we could, it's not explicit there. We have spoken about the DLCA, but we have not factored in the DLTCs. In particular, we had spoken about visiting some in Gauteng, but there's been so much cry from Honorable May around the Eastern Cape. Issues there. My proposal would be maybe we find an addition of the DLTCs. In particular, we look at, I would suggest the Eastern Cape as we prioritize. Maybe that could be a side note that the Secretariat notes on the side, not necessarily for this document we are working on. And secondly, we do talk about the issue of roads and Sunrail, which is a sixth priority. I know Moloto Road has been covered there, but I would propose that we add on a rural province where that province is a recipient of the grant, as my colleague Honorable Mabena said earlier on, excuse me, so that we could see in the way that, without repeating what he said, how much money, if I use Eastern Cape for an example, has gone there. Let the Eastern Cape tell us where did they prioritize this. Let us pick a project or two and go there ourselves rather than hearing as a suggestion. We do speak about the IPTN, BRT transport issues there. I'm thinking aloud here because there is also the other grant, the operation grant, PRM. There are too many abbreviations here, but the one that is for operational grants or operations and so forth. I'm raising it in the context that sometime last year we spoke about provinces that are receiving these subsidies, huge subsidies rather, but the condition of the buses is leaving a lot to be desired. The Moloto corridor buses, there is a point in case. We raised the issue at some stage about NTI in the Northwest coming into Gauteng, which that province is under administration, and we don't seem to have a feel as the portfolio committee where these entities of state are under administration, what is their progress? Maybe it's some area we could look at. One thing that is not here, which I have observed, I'm not feeling very strong about it. I will not fight for it, but I'm throwing it out there. I have observed in the few couple of months back deterioration in the infrastructure at AXA. AXA has always been a very, very shining example. But if you walk through the airport, in particular, the ablution facilities, the parking facilities, many a times you find people queuing to exit airports. If you go into the ablution facilities, a lot leaves to be desired. I have made a very much concerted effort when I have an opportunity, particularly at OR Tambo. I might not say the same about other airports, that the quality of the facility is deteriorating. In the same way, we have noted the national roads, which I also noted as they are deteriorating. It has not been much of a sight normally that national roads under Sandral, you see cracks when you drive for a stretch, but it is a huge thing now. When you drive, you just need to look around. The roads are deteriorating. It's areas that, and Sandral has already been highlighted with other roads, but AXA was not, and I'm depositing it in knowing that there are already so many priorities, but I'm throwing it in there for the consideration of the committee. In particular, in link with what the advocate had said about there is reference to AXA in the Zondo Commission. One would want to see what is there. Chairperson, thank you so much. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jambas. Mkhayes.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to, now that Honorable Mango was mentioning the issue of the Northwest Provincial, the Northwest Province being under administration, and also linking that with the fact that it had been also raised in the Zondo Commission that there were officials and politicians involved in the airport projects of the Northwest Department of Transport, and as far as the Mahikeng or / Mabato airport is concerned. And I think those are some of the projects in as far as transport is concerned that we need to obviously, as a portfolio committee, obsess about. Granted that, this is one airport with the longest runway in Africa and the world, if I'm not mistaken. And how do we then intervene as a portfolio committee in instances where there are projects such as these ones that are noted in the Zondo Commission that where people have benefited unduly in what is called an elaborated corruption scheme, and making sure that obviously we stand up as the portfolio committee of transport that is responsible in attending to these issues and seeing how we can actually revitalize and resuscitate airports such as the Mabato / Mahikeng airport that have been left in ruins because of corruption by officials and politicians. It's nothing that I'm adding to what Advocate Nell has here. Apologies, Advocate. But just on a side note, so that the committee also notes that this is something that I do believe warrants the oversight of the portfolio committee in respect of getting the full overview and obviously the infrastructural conditions of the said airport. Thank you, Chair.
Le qadile ka di side note bana di hlalosa ntho tse tsa lona. Mhlonishwa uMabhena, as you lower your hand, Honorable Sitlulo.
No, thank you very much, President, and thanks for the opportunity again. I think mine, I'm going to come in terms of the oversight visits in a matter of context. I think the approach of the committee so far has been that we do scheduled oversights, which we will have to integrate onto the program and then wait like a long time and then go there. And then the events which happens in the community, and you find that in our program, we're unable to accommodate them and move with speed. I think the case in point would be a situation where the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, when the Bait Bridge issue was happening, they were able to spring into action and go there and like do an oversight and go and see for themselves. And I think this is an issue which my colleague Honorable Mango tried desperately in the previous year to try and convince the committee to go to KZN on the backdrop of the issues which were happening there, which were of concern of transport. But we are unable to, because in terms of the program, we have to look and slot it somewhere. But I think we need to have a standing, some sort of principle to say that as a matter of consequence and as and when there are issues in the communities which need and warrant for us to go there, as noted by the advocate, that as the committee were in a position to be flexible enough and be able to amend or to maybe put on hold or pause our program and respond to these issues out there. And especially now, given the fact that, the events, some people decided to ban our parliament, there's absolutely no need for us to now, to be tiptoeing around issues. Our job is out there, visiting communities. And it's unfortunate that I have to use that example, but we have to in essence, prioritize visiting communities. But especially when there are issues which come up, and as and when we get invitations from communities, that we are able to prioritize them, and not the situation of us kicking issues to charge. Thank you very much, Chair.
I am trying very hard, honorable members, to try and steer us into what is on the program. I think the issues members are raising, we may as well raise them during that time, right at the end, if there's something that is not addressed. I want to understand the footnotes also to be falling into that. But I also want to say, let's try and focus and prioritize what we can chew because of time that we are given, because we have a program in front of us. But as for what we are doing now, I think members are saying, advocate, they are okay, except that we should also put some time to also meet with AXA and deal with the issues that have been raised by honorable members, like your aging infrastructure, especially ablution blocks. I've seen you covering it. Otherwise, let's move, advocate.
Chair, sorry, I keep getting disconnected. I'm not sure if everything that I was saying was captured or not.
It was well captured.
All right, thank you very much. Apologies, my connection is troublesome.
It's okay. Honorable Mapena, connection is our problem, all of us. We will bear with you. Thank you. Advocate?
Thank you, Chair. What is, even though I have it here as an 8th priority, what is a benefit of traveling through the airports when members do go on oversight is that they can do almost unannounced and impromptu inspections of the AXA facilities that's accessible to the public. And that is where the service provision goes It's not necessarily a requirement then to have a specific meeting to go and see the behind the scenes security access type stuff. So even though it's an eighth priority, it's almost a given that when we go through the airports, we can just note those issues and then just raise it when we get to the meeting so that it's in minutes and we can follow up on that. But yeah, then just going on key engagements. These key engagements is for the entire term. So members will see there's some change in the tables below, and I will indicate that to members when we get to this one. Just want to go through this. The committee acknowledges that there is a perception that all international trips are regarded as study tours. However, just as the Committee on International Relations have projects of DIRCO to do oversight over on international soil, so does this committee with regard to international soil projects. Now, for one, unfortunately, this one is going to be removed because AXA has sold all their interest on the international airports, except for, I think, projects that they are doing in Kenya. So that is, but what I mean by removed is that the Brazil and the Mumbai sections I've removed from the document. So if members would still like to consider doing oversight on some of the African projects that AXA is working on, we can obviously add that there. I just wanted to make a note of the removal of the Sao Paulo and Mumbai international airports. Then obviously CBRTA work that they do in the SADC region is one of those ones that we can try and push for an international oversight, as well as some of the operations by ATNS within the continent. And then, as we've indicated, and I've still kept this one here, I don't know when we're going to have the chance to do this, is the PRASA Gibela de Norte factory links with international companies in Brazil and France, where our engineers went and studied and did some experience there in terms of building our new trains. So that is the one aspect there. Then the second one, oversight linked to the origin of engines purchased by PRASA for the trains that are built in Gibela and de Norte. That is also one of those, and the possibility of those being exported possibly after they've been produced here. Then obviously, if COVID travel restrictions prevent international travel, we should try and do virtual meetings. The same will be for study tours or training, committee training possibilities. With the above in mind, members will see a possible international oversight visits are listed. The oversight to Alstom Lapa factory in Brazil, and then the plant in Italy, as well as France. They also have links in England and Germany. In Germany, one can also have a look at the signaling infrastructure from Siemens. Then the French rail vehicle manufacturer with the production facilities in Brazil, 35% of the Extrapolis train value was not spent locally. 229 employees at the factory were trained outside of South Africa. The first 20 trains came from Brazil. So those would be the kind of motivational aspects that we add when we do the applications for these. Then proposed study tours, where we can link it to statutory liability systems, similar or directly opposite to the Road Accident Fund, if we want to link this to our focus on the financial viability of the fund. For example, we can look at the UK, US, Canada, and Australia, where they require third-party liability insurance. Botswana has a motor vehicle accident fund act scheme similar to the one we used to have in the country many, many years ago. Namibia has the same. That is one option. Then the committee proposes the following local intergovernmental relations focused engagements. Obviously, our IPTNs, the BRT systems, either the 13 original or the 10 ones that are currently on the list. Then again here, the Kingdom of Lesotho and Free State government discussions on the CBRTA impasse and progress made on that. Then also here is where I had the PRM grant in and the PTO grants, the provincial government engagements with all 9 provinces, looking at the road maintenance from the provincial road maintenance grant and the PTO grant that focuses on the subsidized public transport services, as the members just indicated, and then also speaking to the 9 provinces on the participation and expenditure on the Shamba Sonke program. So Chair, I don't know if this one would be sufficient for the members for their international oversight or study tour. I mean, we've tried for several years doing applications, and it has been shut down for various reasons, either the parliamentary program changes or there were budget concerns or the like. But we still fight for our members so that we can get this done, Chair. I just want to get members' input here on whether or not it will be okay for us to leave this one as is for these international engagements.
Thank you, Advocate. Let me see hands. Advocate, my people tends to agree with you. And due to the jealousy of time, I suggest to go to Sarakele Pambil. Oh, Honorable Nsinga.
Chairperson, I would want to define our silence as an expression of that it's of no use. Simply because, you know, we've really expressed desire and it would have made a significant change had we had the exposure. Therefore, our impact has been limited. So you know, I listened to you saying that, you know, we are in agreement with what's been proposed. My sentiment is it would make no difference if we have a different opinion, because in 8 years, this portfolio committee has been nowhere, not even to Paris in the Free State, let alone Paris in France.
You are fighting, ne? Paris in the Free State. Honorable members, we're starting a year with a very firm foot, and I like this, but I want to believe that as we are critical, we should change where we think we should change and have a workable plan. It's our work. In order for us to be better than other committees and better than ourselves last year, we should be able to do things differently. That is my focus, and I want to implore you to share that focus. As much as we are not happy about other things, but let's change these things for the better. That's what I'm saying. Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then the next section just indicates the other focus areas of the committee. These are in our plans. Parliament program really does revolve around this, and then outside of the precinct oversight kind of has to slot in where it can. These are the priority areas. Along with legislation, so budget votes, strat plans, and annual report processing. Then we have briefings, obviously, that we get on these documents. We have public hearings. these documents as well as legislation. The facilitation of public involvement and participation. In the main, we see this in our legislation, and we do get stakeholder input from time to time. And then cooperative government is where we work with our other provincial and municipal counterparts to assist us in dealing with these issues. Empowerment and capacity building is where we can, both from our side and from Parliament side with the members training side. They seek to empower and assist members. Members will see now and then I do send them some links to international railway magazines, international projects that I find interesting. If I see training seminars, I normally try and focus on the free webinars. And then I do send that on to members when I do find them or see them. It's always nice when you can get some information for free. So that's just listing an indication on what the focus areas would be for the training. Training programs obviously arranged by Parliament, workshops or seminars, if we can get those workshops going again after COVID, conference attendance, study tours and webinars. Then again, just the indication here or reminder here that attendance of conferences, workshops or seminars of various agencies or institutions within the transport sector is essential. Members will be required if they do attend such events on a rotational basis, they must submit a report to the committee on those aspects. It's important that the documents from these conferences and training be made available to all members. Several of these organizations could be identified as interested parties in legislation serving before the committee. It will be necessary to budget to cover the full cost of attending such conferences. Just on a note that we as a committee don't have a budget. The section as a whole has the budget that they run. But when we do the applications to attend these aspects, we have to do a budget to indicate all the requirements. And we try to keep it as low as possible. That's why, from my side, I try and attend or send virtual free seminars if they do pop up. They haven't popped up in a while. But as they come, I do send them on. Then, Chair, the key strategic objectives of the committee, these again do remain the same as they have over the past few years. So I'm just scrolling through them. These have already been worked into these other sections that we've addressed. Just here's one change in terms of legislative impediments. We've actually managed to finalize a few of the past revised legislation. So the only one that is outstanding as an impediment of the revived legislation is now the NLT amendment bill that was sent back with the reservations indicated from the presidency. Other than that, we've dealt with the old revived legislation, and we are all now working on the new legislation that has come up since this committee took up the chair. Then, Chairperson, the other aspects there do remain the same. They've been worked in to the above ones. Obviously, transport subsidies, public transport portfolio reconfiguration, scholar transport, taxi recap or revised taxi recap implementation, CBRTA, and then obviously the continued reduction of the department and entity vacancies. We keep asking that every year. The tables of action, this is an outline of the work we do and the committee's function and the activities linked thereto. Members will see the only ones that have changed are the ones that I've highlighted, and this is just to indicate our list of bills that are in front of us at the moment. It's the ERT, the NRTA, Transport Appeal Tribunal or TAT, the RSB, Railway Safety Bill. The new one is the Marine Pollution Prevention Amendment Bill, and then obviously the resubmitted National Land Transport Amendment Bill. Those are the bills that are currently before the committee or in progress. These are aspects that stayed there over the other years. It's just a broad outline of the committee's work. The detailed table of action. These are the activities where we link in how we process our legislation amendments, and where the responsibility to conduct these lie. So members will see their oversight linked to the bills, the strat plan scrutinization, as well as the budgets, and then briefings and reports, which is the quarterly reports, and the BRR's, the annual report scrutinization, and then site visits, and then the specific one on the BRR. Facilitation of public participation, we do this through public hearings. And then our statutory functions, at this point in time, we don't have any statutory functions linked to the committee. But if our amendments to some of our bills that the committee is currently working on are passed, then we will see some statutory commitments to the committee coming for board or council appointments, as well as the processing of some as regulations that the minister will be issuing. Then on international agreements, for example, we have one that's the bunker one that's before, that's in the plan for this term, before committees. That's one of the ones we'll be dealing with. Here, just to get into the actuals, the work that we do, management meetings, this is the one that we've had to work on during our last assessment as well. Our monthly meetings, we need to work on that one. We do have our meeting notices, that's always up to date. Minutes, we are today adopting the only outstanding one from December, so we are up to date with our minutes. Our reports have all been adopted up to date, as far as I'm aware. The research and content advisor provide their notes to members. I've updated the tracking document, and that one will be sent out to members as well once we've adopted today's minutes, because then we're going to start the new year. Meeting documents, these do go out to members via email. Training and empowerment of members, again, when we do get workshops or conference information, we send this on. Study tours, when we are able to undertake them, they are there, as well as how we report back on those ones. Same for the assessment of the committee's own strat plan and annual APP, annual performance plan. That's what we're doing at the moment. And then we will adopt later budget reports, which we will be processing next term, BRRR, October, November. Quarterly reports, we'll be getting quarter 2 and 3 briefings from the department in this term, so there will be 2 more reports. And then oversight, when we do get to do some more oversight, we'll follow those with reports. Secretariat, we do monitor the ATC for any referrals to the committee. And then obviously we receive department briefings, and if we do get private member bill briefings, we get those. And we obviously process those with our minutes and our briefings. The motion of desirability, we place adverts, and then we adopt minutes of those. We conduct public hearings when we get the stakeholder input, and we do our reports on the bills and the public hearing reports. And then if we get amendments sent back to us from the NCOP, we also address those. Public input, we do get copies of issues submitted from constituencies, as we've done in the meetings, and then we do get stakeholder requests. There are still a few stakeholder requests that are outstanding from last year, and we will continue to get them from time to time. Issues that come up during public hearings and engagements is what we need to address. Holding public hearings, and then consideration of reports and petitions. Public Protector report is currently the one before us. I'm suspecting the Zondo Commission one will come to us. This is the main area of input where we will be focusing. These last 2 tables are the years that we're planning for, mainly the 2022-23 one, which will be our focus in the APP. So Chair, I'm just going to go through year quarter 1, which is our current term. is when we will do our strat planning, and we continue with our legislation. We will get a briefing on that international convention. And then for local obviously the quarter 2 and 3 reports are there that I've mentioned. And then we need to determine the oversight. These are the old ones that we had in here, just to indicate to members that this was what we had planned last year to do. We may need to change this to include the feedback on Malotto instead of the visit to SAMSA. So I'll get that from members now. I just want to go through the whole year. Quarter 2, we look at the department's fourth quarter report. We normally get that with the budget and strat plan reports. Sometimes we get the budget reports before we get the fourth quarter report, just to indicate that one to members. We will then also continue to consider our legislation, and then hopefully we can do more local oversight in that term. The one that was in the plan was the PTOC issues, with bus subsidies. Quarter 3, obviously we do then continue in quarter 3 with tabled legislation. If all our processing goes to plan, then in that third quarter we should really only have the marine pollution amendment bill. We should have processed the other bills at least by the end of the second quarter. We should then get the first quarter report from the department. If possible, the international oversight in that third quarter. There's normally a nice oversight period in August, but again, that's parliamentary program changes every week. So there we can just indicate here. And again, it might be moved due to COVID impact. We will have to see, that's for winter, summer months. Then possible local oversight that we can also do there. And then the fourth quarter, there's normally no oversight in the fourth quarter. We mainly focus on our BRRR, finalizing any legislation that is still outstanding, or whether if we receive new legislation, and then try and process the second quarter report from the department. So members will see there, we are winding down, hopefully by the end of this year. We will have received all the legislation that the department chooses to submit. We may have difficulty finalizing legislation if the department submits any more legislation in the beginning of next year, because members will see here by the fourth quarter in our last year, we have to then do the legacy report and finalize that. So Chair, this one is the table where we will have to now just sit with members so that we can cover the oversight areas. And finalize those ones. The legislation will depend on obviously how far we get with those bills in the first quarter, and then obviously that will change going into the second quarter, but I've just added them in this sequence based on our current progress with those bills. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate, I think what will also assist us is to try and attend to Honorable Unsinga's concern, which is a very genuine concern. Just indicate in terms of the time we have for oversight. How much do we have for oversight?
Chair, I think Valerie can just give an indication here. I don't know if she received the latest program last week. She tracks those ones. I think there's a week this term, and then I think there's 2 weeks next term. But I'm not 100% sure on Parliament's program for the oversight. Chair, just ask Valerie to give some input.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it seems as if I'm digressing, but I have a point here to try and address to help us here. Valerie, are you still with us?
Yes, Chair, and I can respond to that question.
Thank you very much for being ready to respond. And may you please respond?
Yes, I indicated to you before the meeting, Chair, that now The programming committee changed the program. So the week of 29 March to 1st April is now a oversight week. Then the 19th to the 21st is now also of April is also now an oversight week. That's immediately after the constituency break, which will be from the 4th to the 14th of April. And then there's also a week in August, Chair. The second
19 to what?
19th to 22 April.
Okay.
Immediately after the constituency break. And then there's one the second week of August.
Then we have also second week of August. How many days?
That's also 4 days. That's normally, Chair, from the Tuesday to the Friday.
Mm-hmm. So we're having about 12 days for oversight. Am I right?
Yes, Chair.
For the rest of the year.
In terms of the current program, which may be updated, I've also indicated to you that normally there's more time allocated for oversight in the third term. So we will need to see what the programming committee is deciding, but I've also noted that there's now a longer constituency break towards mid-year. So maybe that will also have an impact on how much time is available in the committee program for oversight. But that's the dates that we currently have.
Okay. All right. I just wanted us to give a sense to honorable members. Let's come back. Thank you, Valerie, advocate. You are saying this is the part where we're dealing with legislation. Am I correct?
Chair, the one that we need input on is the focus for the oversight, Chair. So, for example, here, the one that I've highlighted here in Q1, the IPTN, I just have 2 cities there. That's our BRT. We can do 2 cities if we can. Normally, what we try to do, Chair, if we have an area, for example, let's say you do your Maloto feedback, then we look at what is the closest cities to that route that members can do. So, for example, if you want to hit all the flies with one shot, we can do some oversight at AXA facilities in the travel en route there. We can do oversight at, or give the feedback to the members at Maloto. Being in Maloto corridor, one can do oversight on the PTOG bus subsidies there for PATCO, as well as Northwest Star with the Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng. One can look at the condition of roads. So, Chair, if we do that, we try and do it as optimally as possible. And then possibly if there's one day linked to that, members can look at either going to Rustenburg, because it's about an hour and a half drive from there, to look at the BRT system there and the issues they have there, which can also go with the quality of the roads towards that side. All members can go more up north towards Polokwane side and address that. So this is why if we don't have an entity, for example, like SAMSA, even for Gauteng, we can add PRASA. And the corridor there, Mamelodi side that they've opened. So that is how we try and put it. So if we're going to then have PRASA, for example, there, or if we say local oversight, let's say Gauteng. So we do that one as a focus on Gauteng. The next local oversight, maybe we can do KZN. That is how I would suggest it, Chair, and then we put as many aspects as we can in there. So we can have the IPTN, we can have PRASA, we can have AXA, we can even have SANRAL, and then we can add Maloto corridor there. That is, for example, how I would suggest it. If we say 2 cities, we can leave it open to when we get there. We don't have to specify the cities here. It's just so that we try, in terms of our goal, to do 2 cities every chance that we can. It will give us the greatest chance to get through all the cities during the time that we have left.
Okay, there we are. I see the hand of Honorable Manu. Who else wants to participate? Okay. Chambers. Okay.
Thank you.
Mapena.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the advocate for the proposals. Chair, we have done Gauteng, we have done Prasa, and them for way too long. Otherwise, we will be a committee of Gauteng and Prasa and Gauteng. My suggestion, counter suggestion, we do Eastern Cape. As we said, Honorable May has been dealing with the issue of Eastern Cape a lot. We do have, unless that has changed, my memory is not clear on whether E.E. Gqeberha is still a recipient of IPTN. That could be a consideration if they are. The road issue we raised could be dealt with in terms of the Eastern Cape. And DLTCs, as already highlighted there. That would be my counter proposal. If it's 4 days, 4 days, obviously one can see what is possible, either to hit Eastern Cape and KZN in a portion. Again, IPTN is in KZN, and I think traveling between the Eastern Cape, in particular Gqeberha, might not be very difficult to KZN. So my suggestion is, with the exception of Moloto Corridor, I think the others can be pushed back in terms of priority. I think we have prioritized these routes here. And as my colleague said, we have seen very little results in terms of Prasa being in Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chambers. Mapena, imloto sesiyayifaka. Sesivumelene ngayo, siyafaka umloto corridor, siyafaka i-report ukuthi bakuphi, akusitshela okunye ke ba. Siyakunikeza Mhlonishwa.
Hey, Jefferson, you are directing me on how to contribute. You're out of order.
No, I'm just saying your passion is already addressed.
No, Jefferson, my passion is the whole of South Africa.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Okay, 2 things. The first issue, I have a serious problem with the 12 days. I mean, in 12 months, essentially, you are saying that as a portfolio committee, if we were to break it down, we are going just to go and do oversight, like in a month, just 1 day, if you break it down. What is stopping us from? I remember there was a proposal that we entertained last year, and I think it came from Honorable Matt to say we need to explore the issues. Okay, so when we entertain that proposal, our committee meetings usually concluded at around 2 and whatnot, and we're trouble with the National Assembly. And we resolved that we're going to have a committee. There was a committee meeting that we did that ended almost at 9. Because we wanted to sidestep the issue of us not being able to meet because of the limitations. And there was another proposal that said, why can't we also explore the issue of the weekend? Why do we always want to confine ourselves for the days of the week? I mean, if you incorporate the weekend, we can expand and whole year. I mean, this is the whole year. It's not just an issue where like we just going to have 12 days and like in just 3 months. No, it's uncalled for, Chair. And also, it is important and imperative that we're on the ground and we go there and see for ourselves. In Limpopo, as one of the priorities, there was, I think it's in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, there were municipalities which were allocated money for them to be dealing with the BRT. And that money was taken back and was frozen, if I'm not mistaken. I think those need to be prioritized as well. We need to go there and visit those municipalities. If I'm not mistaken, there's a district municipality in Mpumalanga and there's another one in Limpopo, which we can also prioritize and visit there and see what were the issues. Why, when you allocated money and budget, like you have capacity issue, what is the problem? Like where are the bottlenecks? How can you assist the process? And what is happening there? And if, like in some of those issues. And then the other issues, Chair, in the Western Cape, for instance, not only the Western Cape, but there's also another province where the Minister of Transport was declaring the fact that there's encroachment, there's people that have moved onto PRASA lines so that we can still fulfill the mandate of PRASA, but we're not in Gauteng, in any other province, where people have sort of invaded the proposed lines where they wanted to do expansion projects. So I think, one, let's possibly be flexible enough and open ourselves for working during. I mean, if we can take one weekend, I mean, come on, we're not going to die. And then we just make sure that we push the work of Parliament and make sure that we can go service of our people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mapena. Maybe I should highlight that the 12 days we're talking about, it's from March to August, as I was following the presentation correctly. So, Valerie, am I correct?
That's correct, Chair.
So you even said normally there is more time to do oversight during the third term. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Mapena. I would suggest, I hear what you are saying, or the issue of us considering additional time. I hear you. I just wanted us to have a holistic view of what we have. It's not only 12 days. I'm not sure how many days do we have, because the programming committee still has to deal with that. But should there be a need for us to consider flexibility in terms of more days, I don't think that will give us a problem, unless members would have problems, they can indicate themselves. But I, as a chairperson, I am warming up to that suggestion.
Thanks, Chair, for it. And then on the other suggestion.
Okay, I'm not finished. We have not been to Limpopo. I think I do acknowledge that. We should go to Limpopo. You mentioned the district. We have been in Mpumalanga. We shall be going to Muloto, which is in Mpumalanga. You want to suggest that let's find something, as Honorable Sithulo, who has actually requested to go and attend to other matters, have raised a request that there are issues to deal with in Northwest, especially on the side of AXA. I think let's try and rather also accommodate him because we have not been into to Northwest. If we do that, we Okay, I'll also say, let's also be considerate. We normally spend 2 days as we deal with the issue of Muloto, but deal with issues of PRASA, because PRASA is still here on the program. And if we go to Muloto, we may want to deal with PRASA, because anyway, whether we like it or not, we will converge in Gauteng and go to Muloto. So as we are there in Gauteng, we can then deal with issues of PRASA and then proceed to deal with the issues of Muloto corridor and any other issue that we may want to deal with in Mpumalanga. But let's include Northwest. We will be doing a disservice to Honorable C. Tulo and the request now that he's not here. So we have Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, Northwest, and Mpumalanga, specifically Muloto. We can include any other thing. For now, Mpumalanga. Okay, Honorable Mabena.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, yes, with regards to Northwest, I agree. But also, like it seems, Chair, it's mentioning that the PRASA is also your patient. So I agree that we will also prioritize your patient as noted. So I support you, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Mabena. According to the program that we are dealing with, there are issues that we have already agreed. Advocate, if you are so kind to us, can we go to those issues up there? The entities that we must attend to quickly. I know there are about 4 or 5. Okay, here we are, Honorable Mabena, Advocate. Yeah, here we are. I'm just addressing a principle that we have just agreed on. Passenger Rail Agents of South Africa and all its subsidiaries. In this program, as we engage, we still need to factor in the issue of RAF. Here it is. We have just agreed on that issue. We still need to factor in the issue of cross-border road transport agency, in short CBRTA, as we deal with the oversight. And we still need to deal with SAMSA, DLCA, and South African Civil Aviation Authority. In the main, as we deal with our oversight, it is actually prudent that if we don't want to have a program that is going to be a failure, we should not put these priorities and then as we go to oversight, deal with other priorities. I was trying to just try and say, Muloto Road is here, we're going to Muloto. PRASA is here as we go to Muloto. On our way, let's address PRASA, and maybe if we have 2 days, the whole day in Mpumalanga and the whole day in Gauteng, we can deal with DLCA, deal with PRASA, and maybe RAF. Those 3 aspects can be accommodated if members would allow us to do that. I'm just raising that point, but thank you for your support, Honorable Mabena. Any other hand that I'm leaving behind on the inputs? We happy? Honorable Unsinger, are we assisting you?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm listening while I have the opportunity. Honorable Piet May just gave me a phone call. Sadly, he's lost contact. He's really interested, in particular, with Honorable Mangu's suggestion to visit the traffic departments in the Eastern Cape. Sadly, he has lost contact, and he would therefore participate as soon as he's established signal again. But I'm in full agreement with the line of thinking around the oversight, and may we be successful with this.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Hansinger. I'm back.
Yes, Honorable Piet May.
Yeah.
As we go to Eastern Cape, maybe we should also look into the possibility of us dealing with some cross-border issues also around that area, as I've indicated.
Yeah.
I don't know the distances. I'm not well conversant with the Eastern Cape. I'm just reading on issues that we need to do. And any other matter that we have raised up there, so that we continue to tick the boxes in terms of what we have set ourselves. Honorable McDonald.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sorry, Chairperson. I just thought, seeing that we planning to visit Rustenburg, and in line with your suggestion, Chairperson, and I think, and it was a great suggestion that we stick within those entities and your suggestions that we should focus on. That when we in Rustenburg, then visit the border post there on the CBRTA, Chairperson. That's just a suggestion, Chairperson. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. As you lower your hand, thank you very much. Advocate, have we addressed what we needed to address?
Yes, Chair. That is, in terms of local oversight, I've tried to put them together. It's just that, members will see here I added Western Cape and Free State into next year's first quarter. But depending on how we can travel or do it, sometimes we can do, if we do Gauteng and Mpumalanga together, we can try and see if we can do maybe Free State and Northwest. But it'll depend on how many things we can squeeze into the allocated oversight slots. I think just at least having it in our program will allow us to have the base there, so that when House Chair wants our applications and the motivation, so that we can say, listen, we've already planned for this a while ago. So this is just in support of the progress. I think Eastern Cape, KZN, it depends on how we can do the travel there. Those ones might be able to go together. Western Cape, I'm suggesting SAMSA there with Western Cape, because our most of the marine oversight's normally here, but we can even do some marine oversight in the Eastern Cape. Here, I'm just going to add SACA and ATNS in case we do get to do a visit there to the airport in Gauteng, because that's where most of their offices are. I have added the CBRTA in the Free State, and I've also added it there in the Northwest. So I've tried to include those ones then in the next quarter, for example, Limpopo and Northwest. That's also an option. Gauteng, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, that kind of area, or we do Northwest and Free State together because they relatively close for travel. But then, Chair, normally that longer oversight in August is where we like to slot the international oversight, if possible, in there. But just as a fail-safe, we add local oversight in case they don't give permission for international oversight, so that we still have then, it's the Northern Cape. I've just added the PRMG issues here for the road conditions. I don't know if we have any other specific concerns from members there for the Northern Cape. But in terms of the international oversight, the proposal was there to look at the CBRTA and ATNS SADC issues so that we can go into Lesotho, if possible, and into our other SADC countries. And then if we can do an international oversight to Brazil on the PRASA issues, this one could be Brazil or France. I would suggest 2 different countries in case COVID restrictions blocks you from the one, so that you always have the other option. And also the possibility of the study tour to those different countries that are indicated above in the document on the RAF issues. It's just so that we have it there, Chair. It's a wish that we're putting out into the universe. Hopefully we can manifest the wish there. But Chair, yes, then I think we have covered all the provinces we haven't gone to yet, and we should cover all our other outstanding issues that we've indicated above. Again, yeah, Chair and members know that the Secretariat, we do everything we can to get these things done and get the logistics to go as smooth as possible when we do our application. So we might move the provinces, but I think from last year's discussions, the Gauteng, Mpumalanga, especially regarding the Moloto corridor feedback, and then also the KZN, those 2 were the main ones that was the focus area in the last discussions by the committee. So Chair, that's just capturing these ones, and then if we have some time, I just need to quickly take members through the annual performance plan. Obviously this table will change in that plan because I've only changed it here in the strat plan.
Okay. You are welcome to do that, Advocate. Thank you. I also am welcoming parliamentary YouTube. I've seen them on the screen. They are here. Thank you. Sibo.
Okay. Chairperson, let me make this. Okay. That should be visible, I hope.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so Chairperson, the APP will have a lot of the same content, obviously, that we've gone through. Just again indicating this change here on the legislation. All the changes I've made in the strat plan with members now on the screen, I will incorporate into this document. Just a note here, our situation analysis will be updated by Dr. Ngezi so that we can include this in the document when we get to members to approve it. I don't think there's going to be a lot of changes. He's just going to do an update on those. Just get here to my sections. Okay, here we go. This one again, the same as the strategic review document. We'll just have to change this date by when we adopt the document. Again, the impact of COVID still remains. The outline of the strategic objectives. So if members recall, the previous table didn't have the quarterly breakdown. The table I went through quickly on the strat plan. So this one now just shows what we hope to do per quarter, shows our MANCO meetings. And then obviously meeting notices will apply to each of the meetings. This is a conservative estimate on the amount of meetings we can have per quarter. For the first quarter, we're hoping on 15, second 12, third and fourth quarters are normally a little bit shorter. So those are 10. But we can change those once we have received the newest update program from Parliament, the Planning Committee. Our minutes will be the same number of the meetings. Quarterly reports, there's 4 quarterly reports that we get during a year. No, that's the quality of reports. So this is the reports that we'll be doing. I've tried to guesstimate here based on our processing speed on the legislation. So it will be reports on the legislation, reports on our strat plan, APP budget. Then here towards the last quarter is normally the BRRR reports and the expenditure reports. We could possibly do more reports than those during a quarter, but those are the conservative estimates if things go per normal programming. Then obviously we're doing our review of our plans here, and we will adopt in our next quarter. Then our research and content notes that we sent through to members. Meeting documents, again, that's going to be the same amount as the meetings. The tracking, so this is just to indicate that when we get the quarterly reports here from the department, it goes into our tracking documents. The workshops, we're doing our strat planning one now at the moment. And then if we can do our oversight, again, the local oversight, these ones I will also change based on the input that we've just done to the strategic review document. So I will just expand on these ones as we've done for the provinces in that last table. The strat plan of the department gets done next quarter, same with the budget report. BRRR is in the last quarter. Hopefully we can get the department to deliver their quarterly reports on time. I've just highlighted this last quarter in yellow because last year our target was to get the second quarter report from the department in the fourth quarter, but we did not. We ran out of time. So we're doing their quarter 2 and 3 in the first term. That's going to be in the next few weeks. We're going to get that report. But hopefully if all goes well, we should get their second quarter report in the fourth quarter for this year, because we should have a bit more time this year. Then again, oversight reports, this will be adjusted based on the oversight trips that we have. So the adoption of oversight reports in the second quarter will follow the oversight that we do in the first quarter, and the same for the other quarters that follow. Then the monitoring of the ATC is a daily occurrence. Then our legislation, this is how it will hopefully currently run. Again, conservative estimate. If we get through it quicker, that's always a bonus. But this is just to indicate by when we should get some input from the NCOP when they get the bills that we've done in our first quarter or second quarter sent to them. And we should be able to look at NCOP input in those last 2 quarters. Private members' bills, we've not received any to date for this committee's term. Motion of desirability, this one could be, the marine pollution one could be next quarter. So we just need to see how far we get with our current legislation before we bring in the marine pollution legislation. And then the motion of desirability report will follow that. The call for public submissions, as members remember, we've done the ERT for further comments. The railway safety as well as the transport appeal tribunal, we extended those deadlines. So once those are done, we'll get the public hearings and the submissions on those. Transport appeal public hearings should be next quarter. And then the marine pollution one, we can then, once we've done the motion of desirability in the third quarter, we can call for those submissions. Then obviously the conducting of the public hearings, we should be able to do them as indicated in that order. Consideration of the submissions, we'll do that in each quarter after we get the submissions. Legislations, hopefully we can get ERT and NRTA reports done this quarter. Railway safety next quarter, and transport appeal tribunal in the third quarter. NCOP input is in the last 2 quarters. Input from, collate the input as received from members that goes into our meetings is ongoing at each meeting. Engage matters, we do that in each meeting, but also when we have the specific meeting with the stakeholders, we'll do those. receive department briefings. Again, department will give feedback on those issues raised at the meetings. Hold public hearings, that's as needed for legislation or other urgent matters. The thing, just to remember, we don't need to focus on public hearings only for legislation. We can expand that to address other matters as well. Consider and report on petitions. Again, I've only indicated this in the last quarter because it depends on whether or not we receive petitions during the year. Then Chair, this last table, 7.2.5, this one is going to change. I will change this one based on the input we've received on the reviewed strat plan. So those are our two planning documents that we have, Chair. I want to thank members for their input. We just need to make sure that we can get the logistical arrangements to flow based on the provinces that we want to go. But I would suggest that we do keep that focus as members indicated and as I noted in our quarter one in the strat plan document. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Advocate. Unatim Donichi Salga. You can see many other people here. I think members will agree with what you have said, Advocate. If there's any member with a suggestion, let me see the hand. None, Advocate. Can we then ukhetha amabala man. Mondis. Sawubona.
Bengibingelela nje bafethu ukuthi njani.
Ngiyakwazi.
Bengiye compliment of the new season bafethu.
Yeah. Nakuwe Mondis.
Yeah, magade.
Thank you very much, Mondise. Siyabonga na ube nonyaka umuhle omusha. Siyabonga uma sijoinile Mondise, siyabonga. Can we then see a hand that moves along that all the changes that Advocate has talked about are the changes that we agree with? Baba Uchambas.
I move that we accept the changes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ngiyakwazi ke Jambas uma uMondise sekhona nje so ungasuka usidelele kanti busiphethe kahle. Any seconder?
Seconded, Chairperson.
Seconded Mondise, sesibonile isandla siyabonga baba. So ngasehlisa. Can we quickly take 5 minutes leg stretch and get into our second program item? Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We can hear from Advocate now if she's ready to start the reading through from the clauses, Chair? I know she spoke a lot, so she might need more time to catch her breath.
I was actually doing it for her. I was just giving her a breathing space so that we don't make her to hate us early in the year by overloading her with work. I know she does not mind, but we must be mindful. You know the beautiful English, Valerie. She does not mind, but we must be mindful.
Yes, Chair, and just for the next meeting, the department is here. The acting DG is here, Mr. Schlabisha. Then the rest of the staff from the department that were involved with the deliberations on the bill. I've seen earlier that the Parliament Legal Advisor was online, Ms. Ngema, as well as the State Law Advisor, Ms. Harichiran.
Parliament Law Advisor, Ms. Ngema.
Greetings, Chairperson. Yes, I'm here.
Madlogovu.
Baba.
Uphile kahle Madlogovu onyakeni omusha.
Usahambeka kahle baba, siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Bayaphila abantwana nomndeni.
Kakhulu baba, siyabonga.
Nako ke Madlogovu. Mayor Richard. Ms. Haricharan, talk to the chairperson of the committee. Valerie, why are you lying to me the first day of the meeting?
Chair, I wish I was lying to you, but I definitely see Ms. Haricharan online, and maybe she can just unmute herself. I'm asking her now to unmute via the system.
And please ask her to talk to the chairperson.
She logged on quite early, Chair, so I know, and she's definitely still online. But Chair, your 5-minute break is not over yet. Maybe that is confusing some of us.
Those of you who have been passive, I am now engaging them. Okay. Oh, my 5 minutes is not yet over. Maybe let me drink water quickly. Advocate?
Chairperson,
You will agree with me that I've tried my level best to energize you.
I am always energized, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Item number 2, Advocate. We are left with about 6 clauses. We starting at clause number 47. Deliberations on the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill, Bill number 7 of 2020. Advocate, I hope I'm correct.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
I am, and the rest of the committee and the department led by the acting Director General as we start the year. Good afternoon, sir. Let's move, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Clause 47 amends Section 75 of the Principal Act. Section 75 is the power of the Minister to make regulations. So before I go through the bill, I just want to draw members' attention here to my notes.
One font up will help us, Advocate. Thank you very much.
There we go.
It's 13 hours.
Okay, so Chair, there was a concern that in the past regulations were made, but are still not implemented. For example, driving hours of freight drivers are not being enforced. Per the department's explanation that there were insufficient safe truck stops for these drivers in order to regulate the driving hours. There was also concerns raised with the proposed amendment to remove the prerequisite decision from the shareholders committee before the minister may make regulations. As the Act covers many concurrent functions, the department was of the view that there is extensive consultation in any event, and that where there's a need to consult another body prior to issuing regulations, this may limit the minister's ability to regulate if there are time constraints linked to the issue of the regulations. Then also, I will flag it for members. Slide 44, comments from Ms. Swanepoel, and slide 74, comments from Justice Project South Africa on this clause. I will flag that for members just now. And then also note that the Principal Act, Section 75(6)(a), required that draft regulations be referred to Parliament for comment prior to finalizing these, but the bill seeks to remove the specific reference to Parliament for purposes of finalizing regulations. This is contradictory to the replies that were given by the department in slides 44 and 74, where they wanted to justify the shareholders committee's exclusion by indicating that the Principal Act requires that the regulations first go to Parliament. So just to show the slides to members, let me do 44 first. 44, let's make it larger. There was an indication here by Ms. Swanepoel to make regulations for driving hours. Section 75 needs provision to allow the minister to make regulations on driving hours. And then here again, the department's response that it already makes provision for that. And then in 74 on Justice Project, the input here was that disposing of the shareholders committee is ominous. It must not be forgotten that local and provincial government maintain the competency of traffic regulation in terms of the Constitution. The minister is given carte blanche to make regulations on a whim, it will not serve cooperative governance well. The recommendation from Justice Project is to leave the section unaltered. And that is the department's response on that one. So then to take members through the bill, here on my screen's left side, here we have the Act, Principal Act, and here we have the bill. So the bill proposes by the substitution in subsection 1 for the words preceding paragraph A of the following words. So it's this paragraph that we are looking at. Now this is the proposed change here in the bill. The minister may make regulations not inconsistent with this act in respect of any matter contemplated, required or permitted to be prescribed in terms of this act, and generally regarding the operation of any vehicle on a public road, the construction and equipment of such vehicle and conditions on which it may be operated, and in any other respect for the better carrying out of the provisions or the achievement of the objects of this act, and in particular, but without derogating from the generality of the subsection regarding. And the next amendment, B, is by the substitution for subsection 6. So here we go to subsection 6. Yes, subsection 6. Members will see here's the old reference to Parliament in 6A. Now the bill seeks to change this whole subsection 6 to read as follows. Before the minister makes any regulation, the minister must cause a draft of the proposed regulations to be published in the Gazette, together with a notice calling upon all interested persons to lodge in writing and within the period specified in the notice, but not less than 30 days as from the date of publication of the said notice, any objections or representations which they would like to raise or make with the Director General for submission to the Minister, provided that if the Minister thereafter decides to alter the draft regulations as a result of any objections or representations submitted thereafter, it shall not be necessary to publish such alterations before making the regulations. So, Chair, that is the proposed clause 47 amendments per the bill for members' input.
There is a hand of Honorable Mangu and Honorable Hunsinger. In that order, please.
Sesivukile manje dealing a strat plan mandate. Sivukile still a legislation. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I have a position that I want to propose to the committee. However, through you, can the advocate please just repeat that reference to the shareholders committee, which solicited the comment from Justice something, the organization that commented, through you, Chair. And if you allow me, Chair, then after that, having sought that clarity, I will then make my proposal to the question by the advocate. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. The change is here in the first clause. So members will see here the original one read as follows. The minister may, after a decision has been taken in the shareholders committee, make regulations. So this reference to the shareholders committee here has been removed in the bill. Justice Project is saying that this may be a problem because of the provincial and municipal powers. Members will see here that's afforded to them in the Constitution. This is a similar concern that came up in the case in the North Gauteng High Court linked to ARTO.
Yeah. Thank you very much again through you, Chair. Thank you, Advocate. I think your last comment is what exactly I was going to refer to. Those were the comments made in that High Court regarding ARTO. And if I'm correct, it's the similar comments that caused the presidency to have concerns in terms of the NLT that has been referred back to us. Chair, it is my submission that I've said this before, I am on record, that the purpose of the RTMC being called the Road Traffic Management Corporation was purely because the Constitution makes road traffic matters, amongst others, a concurrent function. So you could not make the road traffic management agency, such as the roads, hence the corporation. The corporation intended to force cooperation, force consultation between the minister and the 9 MECs responsible for transport, in certain instances, local government represented by SALGA. It is my view, Chair, that this proposed clause removing that shareholders' view or position should not be accepted by the committee. My second proposal is that the removal of the clause that is already in the Principal Act, I think it's 6A, regarding the process of regulations, similarly should not be accepted by this committee. Chair, that is my submission. Thank you.
Don't you have maybe something to suggest, Honorable Mangu, as we do not suggest this?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it is my submission that the current provisions or the current wording in the Principal Act be maintained. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Unsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am in support of the suggestion and the reservations which my colleague Honorable Mangu has expressed. I think the current Section 75 adequately deals with the fear, the underlying fear with which we've had embarrassing experience now in the R2 Act and also in the NLTA Act. It adequately, in its current form, it deals with the separation of powers and the delegation of authority amongst the functions and roles of traffic enforcement and regulation between the 3 spheres of government. And we will definitely stick our neck out a third time in tampering with this constitutional principle of separation of powers and delegation of authority. Therefore, Chairperson, I support the notion that we keep Section 75 as is, given that we would continue with the dispensation in its current form. I also believe that it adequately consults in that in 6B, A and B, it is envisaged then to include through publication in Gazette any other wider comments over and above the fact that we as public representatives were elected to Parliament to represent our constitutions. And I think the attempt to remove Parliament and therefore the function and role of public representatives in the form of members of Parliament is not a thought through idea, and therefore it should be rejected. I therefore support my colleague, Honorable Mangu, that this particular section be kept in its current form. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Any other dissenting view? Any dissenting view, in fact? None. Can we move to clause number 48?
Thank you, Chairperson. Clause 48 amends Section 76. Section 76 deals with the incorporation of standards by reference. Based in my notes, There were no major issues with the clause. It incorporates the new reference to the ECE regulations or model regulations. Then Chair, just to take members through that. Section 76 of the Principal Act is hereby amended, A, by the substitution for the heading of the following heading: incorporation of standards, ECE regulations or model regulations by reference, and then B, by the substitution for subsections 1 and 2 of the following subsections respectively. The Minister may, by notice in the Gazette, incorporate in the regulations any standard, ECE regulations or model regulations without stating the text thereof, by mere reference to the number, title, and year of issue of that standard, ECE regulations or model regulations, or to any particulars by which that standard, ECE regulations or model regulations is sufficiently identified. Then sub 2, any standard, ECE regulations or model regulations incorporated in the regulations under subsection 1 shall, for the purposes of this Act, insofar as it is not inconsistent with it, be deemed to be a regulation. And then C, by the substitution for subsection 4 of the following subsection. 4, if any standard, ECE regulation or model regulations is at any time after the incorporation thereof in the regulations amended or replaced, such standard, ECE regulations or model regulations shall remain in force until such time that the Minister, by notice in the Gazette, reincorporate the amended or replaced standard, ECE regulations or model regulations. So, Chair, that just makes provision for the ECE regulations and model regulations to be included there for members' consideration.
Thank you, Advocate. Any hand that wants to say something? Or do we agree with this one? Let me hear. If members are quiet, it means they agree with. That's our take. Thank you very much. 49, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Then clause 49 substitutes section 80. Section 80 is the parking for disabled persons. So, Chair, just on my notes, there was a comment from Ms. Swanepoel in slide 46 and the acceptance thereof by the department. Other than that, there is no major concerns with this as it enhances the bill. So just to go to slide 46 to refresh members. So this is the proposed clause by Ms. Swanepoel, but I'm going to read the bill for members. Just want to take my notes away. So the bill proposes section 80 to read: any person with a disability who has been exempted from the laws relating to parking in accordance with the laws of any province and to whom proof of such exemption has been issued shall be deemed to be so exempted from the laws applicable in the areas of jurisdiction of all local authorities in the Republic. So, Chair, that is what the bill proposed. Ms. Swanepoel proposed the following year to say that it's laws relating to parking in accordance with prescribed requirements and to whom proof of such exemption has been issued. So, Chair, she proposes reference to prescribed requirements instead of laws of any province. That was the proposal per the submissions from Ms. Swanepoel. The department was in agreement with that. We just need to find out from members if they would like the clause as it is in the bill or whether the members also agree with the submission from Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, Advocate. Any hand going once, twice? Thank you very much. Advocate, let's move to clause number 50. Oh, now, hold on a bit. What is the meaning of what now, Honorable Ketamabala?
Chair, Chair, I was trying to check the old actual section about these disabilities and compare with the new one. What would be the difference? Because it seems that they are just the same.
Advocate.
Chair, the difference is in the clause itself is that reference that has been taken out. So the old clause said that they would be exempted, but only to the extent to which that disabled person is exempted from the laws applicable in the area of jurisdiction of the local authority concerned. So, Chair, the department seeks to take this out with their reference to just laws of any province. Now, the proposal from Ms. Swanepoel will actually further improve the clause to cover both local authority ordinances or bylaws, as well as provincial laws when you use the reference with the prescribed requirements. So they can park there, but they must do so within the prescribed requirements. And the other amendment that is proposed from the old one, the old heading said parking for disabled persons, and it's been changed to be a little bit more PC, to be parking for persons with disabilities.
Yehlisa isandla ke umhlonishwa. Sebayichazile ngithi. Thank you very much. Advocate. Clause 50.
Thank you. Chair, I just want to check, did members agree to the proposal from Ms. Swanepoel or to the bill? Because other than Mr. Sitole, there were no indications on whether or not we're going to use the bill's wording or this proposal from Ms. Swanepoel. I just need to know for the drafters for the A-list, Chair.
They take it from me, members did indicate that they agree with Swanepoel.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Then, Chair, moving on to clause 50. And apologies for my guard dog. She's finally awoken here during lunchtime. Clause
She's finally awakened because we are dealing with legislation.
No, it's because it's after lunchtime. She had a snack in the 5-minute break, Chair, so now she's awake.
Okay.
So, Chair, clause 50 substitutes section 81. Section 81 is vehicle and load may be exempted from provisions of the Act. So, Chair, just going to the notes here for clause 50. The clause no longer refers to the MEC prescribing the fees payable for vehicles making an application in terms of this clause. The new clause now also refers to the importation of these vehicles. Members may request the department to clarify whether an application must first go through the Office of the Minister before applications may go through the MEC, or whether they can apply either to the Minister or the MEC. They must also indicate what will happen if the Minister approves an application but the MEC turns down an application for the vehicle to operate within his or her province due to road conditions at the time. So, Chair, this provision in the bill reads as follows. The exemption of vehicle and load from provisions of Act 81A. A person or organization desiring to A, manufacture or import a vehicle which, due to such vehicle's original design, cannot comply with the provisions of the Act, or B, operate on a public road a vehicle which, due to such vehicle's original design, cannot comply with the provisions of this Act, may apply to the Minister in the prescribed manner. 2, if the Minister is satisfied that the application is in order, he or she may grant the exemption in the prescribed manner. 3, a person or organization desiring to obtain an exemption to A, operate in a safe manner on a public road a registered vehicle, B, convey in a safe manner on a public road passengers or any load, C, operate on a public road a combination of motor vehicles, or D, test a vehicle which is not intended for registration in the Republic by a manufacturer, builder, and importer, which does not comply with the provisions of this Act, shall apply in the prescribed manner to the MEC of the province concerned. 4. If the MEC of the province concerned is satisfied that the application as contemplated in subsection 3 is in order and the applicant has paid the prescribed fees, he or she may grant the exemption in the prescribed manner. So, Chair, that is the proposed changes to Section 8 or new Section 81 for members' consideration.
Honorable Hansinger, Honorable Lisa, Honorable Madod. Ubani unathi Mtoninji. Okay, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I need some clarity here. As I understand it, under the current legislation as it currently stands, should someone desire to have to transport a vehicle of oversized dimension, they can apply to the provincial MEC and get permission. A complication is if you cross several provinces, that you need overarching permission. And that's how I understand it as the current condition. Can you give me clarity how through the new legislation this would be improved or not? I need clarity on this. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Manu.
Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. That was one of my questions also that my colleague has raised. But the second one was obviously to endorse what was recommended as notes for us, that if we could invite the department to clarify as to, on top of what my colleague has asked, in the event that there is a contradicting view between the MEC of a particular province and the minister's position, what is the means of resolving that? Thank you, Chair.
Unati. Mtoninji. Oh, the person has vanished in thin air. Department, are you able to respond?
Certainly, Chairperson. Certainly, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate.
So, Chairperson, maybe it will be prudent of one to try to explain how this process works, and in doing so, also state that this is what we term a principal approval process, Chairperson. How it works is that abnormal overload vehicles which do not meet the dimensions in terms of our legislation, right, can, in terms of this provision, be exempted to travel on our roads, provided they do so in a safe manner. But then in doing so, an application has to be made to the minister, right? And this would include, Chairperson and honorable members, where somebody wants to either build or import a vehicle for a usage or an abnormal vehicle on our roads, right? So that being said, the minister will be seized with that request, which is termed a principal approval. And in the consideration of that proposal, the department would look at, amongst others, the technical drawings of the vehicle, and it will be read against the guidelines on the operation of an abnormal load vehicle on our public roads, the assessment of the requirements of such a motor vehicle, and the need for such a vehicle. Now, that being said, having considered all of that, Chairperson, it stands to reason that whoever wants to build, import, or operate a vehicle cannot do so without having been given what we term a principal approval. Right? Now, prior to the amendment, and which was for the amendment to Section 81, there was a need to do a harmonization of applications that would come through, right? Because they would be dealt with differently in different provinces, right? And this had resulted in requirements in the applicable fees being different depending on the province where the application was made, right? So yeah, that's the long and short of that process, Chairperson, without being long-winded. And what also suffice to state, Chairperson, is that as and when that abnormal load vehicle traverses the different provinces, the MECs, right, would have been sensitized that because this person would have to make an application to the respective province, and then they would also, if at all they have the manpower, accompany that vehicle to ensure that our roads remain safe. And as it travels from point A to B, it's not hindering traffic in any way in such a manner that it results in an inconvenience or uncomfortability. That's as far as I would want to expand on this, Chairperson, hoping that that explanation meets with the honorable members' requirements. Before I hand back to you, Chairperson and honorable members, not certain whether my colleague, Mr. Mutsatzing, would want to amplify on what I said, Chairperson. Thank you.
Adam Mutsatzing, dumela Morena. Unmute yourself, sir. Advocate Ntate Mutsatzing. Rufile mnyetla Morena, talk to us. Advocate. But I'm Morena.
I think so too, Chairperson. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Honorable Onsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm still not clear. Obviously, we understand the gist of the section and the reasons for this and so on. There's no shortfall in understanding the reasons for this, and also for having insight as to complications about traveling across several provinces and the coordination that is needed for it. We understand all of that. What I needed clarity for, Chairperson, is how would the two options, the old and the new, how would that differ in 5 sentences? Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Mahatu. How is the new differing from the old?
Chairperson, there wouldn't be that much of a difference as, like we said, we try to address the issue of harmonization and the fees so that we avoid instances where different fees are determined for different provinces, Chairperson. The applications, as we said, are made to the Honorable Minister, and we go into that process that I've explained now, Chairperson, with regard to these principal approvals. Thank you.
There we are. May we get some legal hit also from a small municipality called Pumelela. Pumelele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the members and everybody on the platform. Chairperson, with your permission, may I, and in compliance with your initial request when we started, can I just open my video just to show that it's me and I'm here, and then put it off again for purposes of having a proper, strong network connection?
You seem to have it whilst your video is open, but it's okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think just wanting to add some clarity in the manner that I understand the provision, as well as the questions that have been asked in relation to what will happen in case the minister and the MECs per province do not see eye to eye in respect of the application. What I understand in respect of the new proposed section 81 is that in respect of subsection 1 and subsection 2, it clarifies for purposes of creating consistency in the whole country. And if one were to argue that as if we were dealing with section 44 legislation of the Constitution, where in this instance we understand that powers, as has been explained, they are concurrent in respect of transport issues with provincial legislatures, and at some point even local authorities have their own mandates and powers. So, Chairperson, in this instance, I'm understanding 1 and 2, and from the explanation that Advocate Mahato has just given, is that it's going to deal with generally and throughout the country. The minister will will be dealing with all the applications that are related to vehicles that are very much abnormal in light of what currently exists. But then when it comes to what subsection 4 of the new provision seeks to present, as well as subsection 3, is that in cases where there's already prescription on how the registration of vehicles and all those related things that are conveyed and mentioned in subsection 3, which also provinces have their mandates, that still remains the prerogative of the MEC to address, as well as in light of subsection 4. But what will require, especially issues that are intra-provincial and issues of very abnormal vehicles, that will be solely the prerogative of the minister. That is my understanding in trying to unpack what new 81 and the old 81 was doing. The old 81 seemed to just make a mention without identifying the issue of cooperation and the issue of specific mandates within the national sphere and the provincial sphere, as well as at the local authorities. So for me, I'm thinking section 81 tries to bring more clarity in terms of the roles and the principal functions between the ministers and the MCs when handling this. If to take it further, Chairperson, it was an issue of conflict on legislation, we would be assisted by section 146 and 147 of the Constitution. But in this instance, the members are asking what happens in case the MEC and the minister do not see eye to eye in terms of the application. I think the provision is very clear in terms of the extent of how far the minister can go and how far the minister has the final say, in the same manner as it does, as I've explained, in respect of the powers and the prerogatives of the MECs. I hope I've made some clarity there, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mephumelele. Honorable members, can we then move to clause 51 with your permission? If you are happy, whilst Mephumelele is lowering her hand. Ms. Pumelele, your hand is still up. Is it an old, oh, there you are.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate, clause 51.
Chair, just before we go to 51, I just want clarity from the department. My concern here is reference to payment of fees. But if members will look here, the Principal Act indicated here that the MEC shall determine the fees or charges payable for a vehicle or load that does not comply with this Act. And then also it references section 7.3. 7.3 is the fees that the Minister may prescribe for the inspections when they have to be done of those specific vehicles. So, Chair, it's very important to know and to make it clear when we look in the bill. It just says here that a fee is payable, but it doesn't indicate who is going to prescribe this fee. And if the department is saying that the process is now streamlined, to make sure that there's clarity on the fees, we just need to know, even if they can just give us the cross-reference to the new section, if there's a new section, that will determine these fees. So that we are sure that if it's going to be harmonized, then most likely the Minister will have to determine it, so that we know. It might assist if we have a reference to a section as we had in the Principal Act in the bill to that section that determines the fees. That was just my concern based on my notes for this clause, Chair.
Any other concern from you, Advocate?
No, Chair. The fee one was my big one. The only obstacle these people will find is if the Minister says, okay, you can drive the vehicle from Cape Town to, let's say, Durban to test it out, but let's say the MEC in the Eastern Cape for some reason says no. And let's say the MEC in the Free State says no. It's going to be quite a bit of a route that they have to take, which, yeah, I don't know if there should be consultation with the MEC before the Minister does the approval. I'm just spitballing here, Chair. I'm just thinking in terms of how it gets done.
Okay. Honorable Wansinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have exactly the same and more concerns. There's also the concern about the fact that it's a current function and role, and again, you know, there's an attempt to take that function and role away, which can cause resistance. I would also, therefore, as a solution, suggest that consideration be given to where such a vehicle only travels in one province, that the mandate remains with the local MEC, but that the Minister only gets involved upon application from the MEC to coordinate it on a national level, but that involvement of the MECs be maintained in preference, and upon failure of the MEC after a particular period, it then is overruled in terms of an involvement by the Minister, so that it's a matter of practicality to then allow this transport. So a bit more thinking needs to be done here, Chairperson. The fees is also other matter. I mean, you know, even if the national department collects the fees, does it go back to the province? Or is the province now deprived of that particular income and revenue? So there are a couple of concerns around this, and we need more thinking here.
There is a suggestion on the table by Honorable Wansinga. Any other view or any support? Baba Ulisa Wagwaman.
Chair, yes, I am in support of the proposal that we need some rethinking here. But I guess this now is our process. It is our parliamentary legal advisors that should try and refine this particular issue. And I think, Chair, there is a bigger problem that seems to be emerging from these proposed amendments. It seems like there is a failure, for lack of a better word, of the shareholders committee to do what it was intended to do, to pull these powers together as envisaged by that particular act. Now, that failure now seems to be bringing these lot of things that are things that should be decided at the shareholders committee level. Agreements are reached there, but now they are brought through the back door by amending legislation. That is just the sense I'm getting, because more and more we are seeing things that ought to be at the shareholders committee level for purposes of agreement there. And now somebody is frustrated and is saying, no, instead of us pursuing that route, let's just take these powers back and give them to the minister. And if my perception is correct, I think it's a dangerous path we are venturing on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Would I be correct that a bit of thinking will be done, as Honorable Manu says, by both the parliamentary law advisor, led of course by state law advisor May Haricharan? Is May Haricharan now with us?
Yes, Chairperson, I have been in the meeting, Chairperson.
What is your take, May?
As suggested, Chairperson, we can consider rewording as the members requested, if my colleague, the Parliamentary Law Advisor, is in agreement.
Okay. The colleague as Parliamentary Law Advisor May Gema.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no problem. We will definitely arrange a meeting and make sure our minds meet on the suggestion forward together with the department. It will be done. I've taken note.
Thank you very much. Can we then also deal with the issue of clarifying the issue of fees? Mengema?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can we be given an opportunity to come back on that, Chairperson, when we present a proposal? Because I need to consider all the principal legislations that speak into this issue. And right now, I am not fully vested on what they are providing. May I get an opportunity to deal with it when we present next time, Chairperson?
That's what we are saying.
Yes, I've taken note, Chairperson.
Advocate Nell, is this solving your small problem?
Yes, Chair, it would be a viable solution.
Thank you very much. Would you allow me to request you to proceed to clause 51, Advocate?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Clause 51 substitutes Section 85. Section 85 is the issue of document as proof of driving license in special circumstances. So, Chair, just my notes on this clause, no major issues. It seeks to bring Section 85 up to date with the current card format and moves away from the old ID book license. So, Chair, the old one is right here next to us. I'm going to read the bill. The heading is the issue of document as proof of driving license in special circumstances, 85.1. An application for the issue of a document as proof of a driving license shall be made to the Minister or the MEC, and such application shall be accompanied by the full names and identity number of the applicant and the appropriate fees, if any. 2, the Minister or the MEC, if the Minister or the MEC is satisfied that the application in terms of subsection 1 is in order, the Minister or the MEC, as the case may be, shall issue such document as prescribed. So, Chair, that is the new proposed Section 85 for members' consideration.
Before I go to members, what is your small, a bit of a problem, Advocate? Do you have it here?
No, Chair. As indicated in my notes, this clause reads a lot smaller than the previous one. It really just takes away the reference to the old ID book process of the licensing, and brings it more in line with the card type license applications that we have at the moment.
Thank you very much, Advocate Ubaba Ulisa Wagamangu Ujambas Umfene, followed by Lone Singer.
If it was a controversial issue, I would say you are trying to disempower me by softening me, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, for that honor. Chair, my concern here, and it's also a clarity-seeking comment, I am of the view that the responsibility, and this is where I need to be corrected, of issuing a license resides with the MEC responsible and not with the minister. I would like to seek clarity as to why are we referring to the minister, unless I am wrong that there are powers to issue a driving license with the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jambas. Honorable Nsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I agree with what my colleague Honorable Mangu has raised. And I have the additional concern that, sometimes you apply with the MEC or the minister and you get some indication of a result. And before getting an official answer, you then apply to the other one. In other words, then again to the minister or then again to the MEC. And you might get different verdicts or different official outcomes of this. It must be the one or the other. It cannot be both. And my suggestion then is to leave it with the MEC. In what we had in Section 85 was that the AG, the DG of Home Affairs, was the one receiving the application. So let it then be the provincial MEC and finish and clap. In cases where it can be proven that an application has been submitted to the MEC and upon failure of the MEC's office to reply, I would then like to see that a remedy be opened up to approach the minister on a national level as a remedy, but definitely not in parallel in the first instance. So in the first instance, application to the MEC, and we may consider a avenue where upon failure to then get a reply in a particular time period, the minister can be approached, not for an issuance of the license, but for intervention to then see, what the problem is that the MEC did not do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Unsinger. Honorable Manu, does that cover you?
Chair, yes, partly. I think my colleague answered and moved on. I didn't want to get to saying it should be the MEC, although I thought it should. Maybe there is a reason why the minister is put there. But me and my colleague, I think, are talking the same thing, just that he's moving ahead of me, and I'm not objecting to that, unless there is a real good reason why the minister is put there. Thank you, Chair.
Am I correct in suggesting that the two of you are agreeing that we should try and put it the way it has been captured by these members of the committee? Any member of the committee who is vehemently opposed to this proposal? None. So we take it as a proposal by the committee moving forward. Thank you very much. Advocate, can ons voorgaan met wat is die clause in Afrikaans?
Clausule.
Clausule.
Clausule 52.
Kan ons voorgaan met clausule 52? Is that the last clausule?
Almost, Chair.
Careful of technical glitches now.
Okay.
Chair, yeah, I'm just giving a indication here to section 92, which deals with some fees. That's just a cross-reference there to our previous fees issue. But clause 52 amends section 93, capital A, the transitional provisions. And the specific sections here, Chair, is the department has indicated quite a few times in our previous engagements when we had uncertainty about whether or not it was supposed to be the shareholders committee or the MEC or the minister or the chief executive officer. This one just again speaks to those issues to help give clarity. Just going to my notes on clause 52. I had no major issues here. The department and the state law advisor or parliamentary legal advisor will just make sure that any additional amendments that we made are covered during the input from members, and then subparagraph B may be affected depending on the agreement to remove references to the shareholders committee in the various clauses, because they will have to list those clauses. So, Chair, then to the bill, section 93A of the Principal Act is hereby amended by the substitution for paragraphs A and B of the following paragraphs respectively. So this is the A and B, the old A and B. So those ones are going to be changed. So sections 3 capital A to 3 capital E, 5, 6, 8 capital A, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, 25, 27, 28 capital A to 28 capital C, 29, 38, 39, 40, 45, 46, 50, 51 capital A and 51 capital B. Any reference to the Chief Executive Officer or the Inspectorate of Driving License Testing Centers or the Inspectorate of Testing Stations shall be regarded to be a reference to the MEC concerned. And then B, section 3, any reference to the Shareholders Committee shall, in consultation with the relevant MEC, be regarded to be reference to the MEC concerned, and any reference to the Shareholders Committee or the Chief Executive Officer shall be regarded to be a reference to the MEC concerned. So, Chair, that is that interchangeable clause that the department relied on quite a few times when we had uncertainty for members' input.
Members, there we are. Thanks, Advocate. Let me see any indication. If I don't see any indication, it shall mean members are happy. Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Then clause 53, which amends the arrangement of sections. Again, this is just the consequential amendments due to the insertion of clauses. And this one specifically covers the heading amendments. So, Chair, the arrangement of sections of the Principal Act is hereby amended, A, by the substitution for item 3 capital B of the following item. 3B, application for the registration as inspector of licenses, examiner of vehicles, examiner of driving licenses, traffic officer, traffic warden, or notice officer. B, by the substitution for item 3D of the following item. 3D, minimum requirements for registration as inspector of licenses, examiner of vehicles, examiner of driving licenses, traffic officer, and traffic warden. C, by the substitution for item 3L of the following item. 3L, training center to be registered. D, by the insertion after item 3L of the following items. 3M, application for registration of training center. 3N, registration and grading of training center. And 3O, suspension or cancellation of registration of training center. E, by the substitution for item 5 of the following item. 5, registration of manufacturers, builders, bodybuilders, and importers. F, by the insertion of the item 5 of the following items. Chair, if it's allowed, the interest of time, this is really just the headings as contained in the bill, 5 capital A to 5 capital M. And then G, by the substitution for item 7 of the following item. 7, appointment of inspectorates of manufacturers, builders, bodybuilders, importers, number plates, microdots, and weighbridge facilities. H, insertion after item 11. 11 capital A, provincial inspectorates. Substitution for item 13, the learner's license, provisional driving license, and driving license. Chair, again here on 13 and 14, wherever provisional driving license is, we just need clarity from members, just to be sure that whether or not they agree with going forward with the introduction of a provisional driving license. Then substitution for item 14 of the following item.
It's 14 hours.
Prescribing classification and extent of learner's license, provisional driving license, or driving license. 15, disqualification from obtaining or holding learner's or driving license. L, by the insertion of the item 15 of 15 capital A, surrender of license or reissuing of different categories of licenses. 28, instructor to be registered and graded. Insertion after 28 capital C of 28D to H. By the substitution for item 29, voidness of licenses issued contrary to this chapter. By the substitution for item 30 of the following item, use of somebody's learner's license, provisional driving license, or driving license by any other, by another person prohibited. By the insertion of the item 53, 53 capital A, delegation by MEC. Insertion after item 62, 62 capital A, response to road incident. Substitution for item 76, incorporation of standards, ECE regulations or model regulations by reference. Substitution for item 80, parking for persons with disabilities. And by the substitution for item 81, exemption of vehicle and load from provisions of Act. So, Chair, whatever the decisions were of the members regarding these issues, as I indicated, that provisional driving license issue, for example, if that one is removed or not agreed to based on the clauses provided in the bill, then obviously these headings will have consequential amendments, and then this section will change according to that. So, Chair, that is our second last clause.
Thank you, Advocate. Honorable Lisa Wagomangu.
Chair, thank you very much, Chair. I think Advocate took my words, or took the words out of my mouth to say maybe she just couldn't propose it. That I propose that this one be parked, subject to us getting feedback on those areas that we had raised concern, which will have, as she says, consequences to these headings. We might not recall all others, but 80, for instance, and 81, which we just dealt with right now, are some of those that require some refinement or so forth. And I think, if my memory serves me well, we had also issues around the inspectorate, specifically of MIBs. So I suggest my proposal strongly, therefore, Chair, is that this whole list that we have just dealt with, it be packed and we clean it up once we have made sure that all other amendments that could have been there are attended to. Thank you very much, Chair.
I do wish to ask, though, I can see you already have a supporter, Honorable Manu. Who should attend to all these amendments?
Chair, if I may, as an example, the 81 we dealt with, which is the exemption of vehicle and load from provisions of Act. That's what we just agreed, that the state law advisors, parliamentary advisors, maybe they'll call in the department, will deal with the issues we've raised. So subject to that, that's the team that will deal with that. And ours, once they come back, if there's any other area up there, will be to say, yes, we agree with these proposals of the headings as presented now.
It's our process, as I understand.
It's our process, Chair. It's our process, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody who's opposed to that, honorable members? Thank you very much. Advocate, I did not know that Africans also have a shortage of words, so it also borrows from English.
Chair, we've borrowed from so many languages. Chair,
Okay.
Our last clause is clause 54. Obviously, this one will just change depending on when we finalize the processing of the Act. The Act might not be 2020 when it's promulgated. So just the short title and commencement. The Act is called the National Road Traffic Amendment Act and comes into operation on a date fixed by the President by proclamation in the Gazette. Chair, and then just to show members, there's no schedules. The next item there would be the memorandum. So, and then this was the bill, the old bill, the Principal Act just indicated that they made provision for some different dates or areas where things come into play. But I believe those have been addressed and dealt with. So our short title is very short and sweet. So, Chair, that is the bill.
Thank you, Advocate. Members, are we happy? That is the bill. Advocate, am I correct that the next process that will allow us also to work around what we have raised and gave time to the legal minds is a list called a list. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair. The Department, State Law Legal Advisor and Parliamentary Legal Advisor will sit with our notes and our minutes, and they will take the discussions from members into account. And then they will be working on the draft A-list for members to consider. And then similar to how we've done in the other, we will consider the draft A-list before we get to the final adoption of the A-list and then the B-bill, Chair.
Advocate, I wish to impress upon you and all the members who are here that we are humbly requesting that when that time of A-list come, you on your side as officials should be ready to deal with the A list and avoid our experience of the past. It was not a nice experience. We want to bury it. May I have that undertaking from the legal minds, one by one? State Law Advisor Mayor Gerald, is that your understanding?
Yes, it is my understanding. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mamphumelele Ngwema.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will definitely try and make sure we meet and our minds meet before we come to the committee so that we speak in one accord and bring on board all the suggestions that the members had brought forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I'm sure you are also included in that. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we deal with the minutes, Advocate, am I correct that there is an information relating to the Standing Committee on Appropriations that seeks to make a request that we should have a joint meeting on the 8th of February from 9 hours to 16 hours. The agenda being briefing by the National Treasury and municipalities affected by the termination of IPTS funds, as well as other relevant stakeholders. And that will be a joint meeting between them and us. Is that correct, Valerie?
Chair, that is correct. As I've discussed with you, they propose that the meeting happens on the 8th of February. Chair, just as a background information, the committee intended to have this meeting in the fourth term, but due to changes in the parliamentary program, they could not. So this is the most ideal date that they've suggested. I know that the department was already invited to the meeting, and they undertook to send the formal invitation as well to the portfolio committee, but they've sent their program in advance. Chair, just in terms of the impact on the committee program, I would like the committee's consideration and a way forward then, if the committee agrees to the meeting, how it will amend the agenda of the 8th to include those agenda items into another meeting. The most important agenda item that the committee has in its program is the briefing by the minister on the road fatalities for the festive season. So that is the one agenda item. The other agenda items, Chair, there's a level of flexibility in moving the program around with the briefing on the convention, as well as the traffic bill that the committee is supposed to receive a briefing on the proposed amendment. So those agenda items can be shifted. The main issue is the briefing by the minister that was scheduled for that specific day. And I also want to add, Chair, that the proposal from the standing committee is to formally report to Parliament on the agenda item that they've requested the joint meeting to, so that the recommendations and the observations can go to the minister for a response. So it won't be just minutes, there will be a report. That's from me, Chair.
Thanks, Valerie. Honorable members, I'm sure we'll be more than happy as this was adequately addressed as a concern by Honorable Hunsinger and all of us, that in terms of joint meetings with other portfolio committees, we have virtually done nothing. Let's hear members. Chris, Honorable Onsinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as I understand it correctly, this is now with Treasury.
As I understand it correctly, Honorable Member, is a meeting between standing committee on appropriations and the portfolio committee of transport.
I'm recalling a report related to Mulatto Rail, where we had serious concerns about the indicators of consideration when at the time an application was lodged by the department. And I'm thinking whether it would be appropriate as a extension from our side in acceptance of this meeting and in full participation of the agenda submitted from your side on behalf of the committee, with you taking the prerogative to then request a further meeting where we might consider what we debated about at the time about the indicators which Treasury applied in the consideration of the application by the Department of the Mulatto Rail project. But it's your prerogative, Chairperson.
The proposal, which is seconded by Honorable Mapen, I can see him laughing as we raise that point, is that in the meeting is agreed to. That's the first point. The second point is that in that meeting, we should not only be dealing with this item briefing by the National Treasury, we should also include the beautiful white elephant in our house that we need to chop and eat bit by bit, the Mulatto corridor issue, as eloquently delivered by Honorable Hunsinger. That's my understanding. Do you have? Okay, the third issue is that we agree that as soon as this meeting is confirmed, we will then move all the other items and find space to deal with them. I want to request that we should also find space to deal with the report on statistics as a matter of history, find a way of putting it in our agenda, whether earlier or after the 8th of February. Let me hear what the Honorable Member Mangu has to say about this.
Chair, I was very, very fast in that I missed what funds have been taken from where that the request is seeking for our participation in that meeting. I am in support of what the colleague is saying, Honorable Onsinger, that we take advantage of that. But mine was still on seeking clarity. What are these funds, IPTS or something that was taken from there?
IPTS funds. It is municipalities affected by the termination of IPTS funds, and will also deal with other relevant stakeholders.
Chair, sorry for my fastness on this one. What are those funds? Have we had an opportunity to discuss that as a committee, or will we be discussing it the first time when we meet with our colleagues in that particular committee? And that doesn't mean I'm opposed in any way to the joint committee, but I wouldn't want us to go there and we are following what they are setting on the agenda without us having taken a position as a committee. That is the only reason I'm raising it. And secondly, I am in support of my colleague, Honorable Hunsinger, in suggesting a further agenda item. And lastly, if the committee agrees that we then request the chairperson to engage with the minister and in terms of him having prepared for the 8th, that we find another possible closest time for him to present. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manu. The agenda item comes from the Standing Committee on Appropriations, as we are also adding an additional item. We will be finished with details of our agreement in terms of the agenda and the information, so that as we go there, at least we know what we are going to say and how are we going to say it. Valerie, do you have anything that you think I've left on this matter, or the matter is closed as it was supposed to?
Chair, the committee has now dealt with that invitation for joint meeting and the meeting for the 8th. The committee, in terms of the program, the committee also dealt with the issue of the change in the Parliament program that now has an impact on the last week of the committee program. So the necessary amendments would be made to include the Oversight program from the 29th of March. The only other matter is, Chair, in terms of the directive that we've received, there's no committee meeting next week because there's members training scheduled. That was the last information we had in towards the mid-December, and I'm not sure if that has now changed. But for now, there's no meeting scheduled for the 1st of February.
Thank you very much, Valerie. There is an information also we got on the submission of the marine pollution, that is prevention of pollution from ships, amended bill 2021 in terms of Rule 159 of the Joint Rules of Parliament. We can note this for now, when we can also note the prep notes for upcoming meeting on road safety statistics that was sent to us on the 19th of January, which we were supposed to engage on the 8th of February. And I think those are the issues I thought we shall just quickly highlight. Otherwise, the last item is consideration of minutes and its adoption thereof. These are one of the longest minutes. I've gone through them. That also include our decision to go and re-advertise. What is that bill? Again, Advocate?
Chair, it was the ERT bill. Because there were additional aspects that the members wanted, and we extended the call on the Transport Appeal Tribunal as well as the Railway Safety Bill because there were very few comments on those bills.
Until when, Advocate?
Chair, I don't have the date with me. Valerie might have that.
Valerie, until when? Just to refresh us.
It has not been published yet because I wanted to wait until most of our stakeholders are now back from their leave. So we will run it from tomorrow for a maximum of 3 weeks. it will only be on social media, Chair, because we already spent a considerable amount of money on radio and print media for that. So the call for further input will be done through social media. In terms of the ERT bill, Chair, as the committee agreed in the last meeting, the bill has been published in print media, on the website and social media, and I've sent the copies of the bill as introduced with the proposed amendments to all the stakeholders that were here for the hearings and for those that made comments. So they have received it, and some of them has already indicated that they will definitely submit submissions. That was done around 2 weeks ago. The closing date for that one, I can confirm, is the 4th of February for the ERT bill.
That's what I wanted to know, so that we can refresh our minds. And I did not see any mistake in the minutes. Can we adopt the minutes unless there's somebody who is vehemently opposed to that? A proposal for adoption?
Honorable MacDonald proposes for adoption.
Thank you, Honorable MacDonald. Any seconder?
Honorable Manu seconds.
Honorable Manu seconds. I can see that by Honorable Mapena. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. I think we have dealt with everything concerning the business of today, and thank you very much, Ferdisame Verken. I hope we'll continue to do that. When is our next meeting, Valerie?
Chair, that will be on the 8th of February with this appropriation committee, since there's no meeting next week. And Chair, just for way forward, can I now confirm that the committee has not adopted its program yet, because obviously we have to now get dates for shifting the agenda items around. Can I assume that is the decision?
It can be my decision. Let me check with the honorable members. It is now proposed by Honorable Onsinger, and any seconder?
No, Chairperson, I'm saying it is correct how it's summarized, that it's not been approved.
Yes.
Yeah, so it must still be approved. I'm just agreeing with that point, Chairperson. The program has not been approved because it's subject to change from Parliament in finalizing the general program, so that we then, after that, can approve our program.
Valerie, I always carried a view that our program is a living document. Am I correct?
That's true, Chair, especially for this term, more so.
Subject to changes that will arise as we move forward, we will adapt.
That's correct, Chair.
Honorable members, is that our understanding? Thank you very much, Honorable Unsinger. Anybody who's opposed to that? Valerie, you do not have any outstanding issues with us. Can you allow us to close our meeting? Thanks to all the officials of the department led by Acting DG. When are the interviews, DG? Of a new DG? or the acting DG is no longer with us. Let me leave that point. At some point, we must be informed when is that position being filled. If it is filled already, we'll be happy to get that information. Nevertheless, Advocate Makatu and the team, also thank you very much. Valerie and the team, thank you very much. Salga, I've seen Salga here, and our legal people. We will continue to interact with you. Please interact with us without any fear, as we are ordinary human beings. And to all the honorable members, a warm welcome. Thank you very much for continuing to really deal with issues without personalizing them. I take this opportunity and take by powers invested on me and adjourn this meeting until we meet again. May the Almighty God bless you. Long live.
Amen. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairperson. Goodbye.
Long live the chair.
Long live the chairperson, long live.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.